3 seconds. Rebound via Lobos. 1 second. That's it, I think. That's it. Let's see. I think it's over. The officials are running off the floor. The Aztecs have won it. 72-69. On to the ship. Yeah, how about that, everybody? Welcome into Gwynn and Chris on a Wednesday from Las Vegas. Chris Levit and, of course, Matt Skraby and company back at the Odyssey Palace Studios. Tony Gwynn Jr. is on his way to Korea. At least he is after the Padres preseason spring training game today against the Oakland A's. We welcome you into Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan, and we welcome you in. Ground, and I think everybody paused for a second. Nobody on NC State went out, and the next thing you knew, the buzzer went, and the game was over. It was just kind of a split second where Boise State paused. If they would have fouled her, she would have had to go down and make some free throws to wrap up the game, but did not happen. The Aztec women with a gutty performance, and hopefully that is a sign of things to come for the men's team, because I know they're flying out here later today. They'll be taking on UNLV in the first round of the Mountain, or the quarterfinals of the Mountain West Conference tournament tomorrow. The Aztecs are playing UNLV tonight on the women's side. As I said, Skraby, for the ship. That's what the kids call it these days. Yeah, it's the ship.
Yes, that's right.
They all want the ship. So I don't know when championship became just a ship, but
I don't know either.
Yeah, in the last couple of years, it seems to me. Used to just be no longer.
I don't know. It's like the chip, I think I've heard it called, but I've never heard it called the ship.
Well, championship. Right?
No, I understand it, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention close enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong. There might be somebody out there who could correct me and say it should be the chip.
No,
Ben Pearson is in my the Aztec Media Relations is in my roommate here in Las Vegas. He's nodding his head that I should call it the chip.
Not
the ship.
Okay. All right. See, this works.
Well, I don't know.
It's okay. Your call.
Us old people, us old people are slow to figure things out, Skraby. You know what I'm saying? We're slow on the uptake.
Now I'm going to rate that radio call because it was a radio call.
It was a radio call. All right, give it a rating. I'll let you rate it. It wasn't. Anyway, I don't want to say.
You can't rate your own call. You can't rate your own call.
I know.
I'm going to give it an 8, only because I was confused as to what happened at the end of the game. But now that I know that everybody was confused.
Yeah.
Then I don't think it was that big of a mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. It was a matter of confusion, and I listened to the call myself because I wanted to hear it. And the one thing that I missed, if you listen to this again, the young lady Thompson took the 3-point shot from Boise State. I never said that she actually missed the shot. I just said Villalobos grabbed the rebound, which of course means she missed the shot. But I think as a listener, you want to know, did she make it or miss it? That was for the game. So I would give myself.
Chris, I didn't mean to send you down this rabbit hole of rating your own radio call.
I know I'm rating my own radio call. I would give myself about a 6.5. It wasn't my all-time favorite.
Now let me ask you this, because we talk about often about being prepared for an event to happen as a play-by-play person. Are you prepared for what you're going to say when the Aztecs women's win tonight?
If they win tonight, Skraby, and I mean honestly, I've been around the team all day. They have their attitude is right. Their belief in themselves is right. I think they feel like they're, not, going to win. I think they expect to win, all of those things. But the odds of them winning are, after all, they're a 20.5-point underdog. This Las Vegas team they're playing tonight has won 43 of its last 44 conference games. They've won 14. Crazy. Yeah, they've won 14 in a row. They beat the Aztecs, not by 20 the last time, not by 30, not by 40, not even by 50. They beat them by 59 points
Yeah.
2.5 weeks ago.
That is true.
So for the Aztecs to win this game tonight, you know what's going to happen, Skraby, if I'm on the call and they win this game tonight?
What? You're going to go speechless?
I will. I won't be able to speak. I will be bawling my eyes out.
You're
know
gonna
it
be
already.
crying?
I know it. I know what I get. They would be so happy. The joy that they would have if they win this game tonight. I would be just so happy for them, and I'd be sitting courtside witnessing the celebration. I guarantee you, I will flub up the entire thing.
No, I don't think you're going to flub up the entire thing, but I think you're going to hold it together. And once that mic button goes off, you just let it loose. Just
then I'll let it
tears
loose.
of joy. But I get it.
Because you were shocked last year.
I was
when we were in Peoria.
I was,
and the Aztecs were beating Alabama. And I was trying to do you were trying to film. You did film me.
Yeah.
For a live, what was it, an Instagram post?
Yes.
And I couldn't keep it together. That's just how I am. I know how I.
That's one of the most controversial things I've ever done on this show was laughing at you on the video while you were crying. And so many people got mad at me for that.
You looked at me and you're like, "Are you crying?"
Yeah, I did say that, and I really took a lot of heat for that because so many other people were going to the same. Were going to
so
the
many
same
people were doing it. So many people had the same emotions because Aztec fans know that nothing ever good ever happens to the Aztecs. I mean, it's been that way for 30, 40 years.
Not in the last 2 years, though.
No, that's right. That's right. The things are changing finally in the favor of red and black. So who knows? If they win an upset tonight like that, it'll be something. I don't have a prepared call. I'm just gonna let it. I'm gonna just wing it, Skraby.
Would you? Oh gosh, would you like to record one before you're done with the show today, so that you could just hit the play button and it will be you calling a great game and you won't be crying?
Okay. In case I start to cry, then I can hit the play button. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it'll be like from crying Crisello to very excited Crisello.
I'll just already have the call. I'll just have something. And the Aztecs, for the first time in 12 years, have reached the mountaintop. They have the Mountain West Conference Championship in a historic upset of top-seeded UNLV.
There we go. I'll send that to you for later.
Send that to me. Send that to me, and I'll have it just in case.
Now, if they win, will you be singing "She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain"? Because I think that's only appropriate for this situation.
Only fitting that I sing these Tennessee Volunteers not fight song.
According to me, Tennessee Volunteers fight
yeah,
song.
I know. Well, anyway, it's exciting, and I know a lot of people are coming. A lot of my friends are coming for the men's tournament tomorrow.
Nice,
and they're getting here early so that they can go to the women's game tonight. And it's going to be it'll be a fun night.
I have one question about it's not about the basketball. It's about you and your living situation because you've been there since Sunday.
Oh my God.
So now it's Wednesday, and you kind of pack for what? Did you pack for a 5-day trip, or did you pack for a 2-day trip?
Yeah, I've actually been here since Saturday.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because our first game was Sunday. I packed for maybe 2 games, and I told I thought 2 games would be great. If I could get a third, okay. I did not pack for an entire, basically a week in Las Vegas. I have been re-wearing T-shirts.
Oh no, you need to find some laundry services.
I don't even want to. I don't even know if I should say this, Skraby, but I've actually worn a pair of underwear inside out because I'm running low. I'm running low.
Wait. I cannot move past that. You just said you wore them inside out, which means the inside is not touching your clothing.
Yeah, so what?
Oh man,
is that a problem for you?
Yeah, it's a problem for me.
It's touching the inside of my clothing. It's not touching the outside.
I would have just rather you just wear them 2 days in a row than turn them inside out.
Should I go on commando?
No, I don't even want to broach that subject.
You don't even want to think about that subject.
If you're out there and you have ever turned your underwear inside out to rewear them, please let me know because I've honestly never heard of that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a way you can get 3 pair of underwear for 6 days.
3? What are you doing? You wearing them twice one way and then one day the other, and you're like, okay, these are spent?
No, I have enough. I'm honestly just joking. I have enough underwear, but I don't have enough T-shirts and stuff like that, so I am wearing thin. The other thing is both Ben and I, my roommate here on this trip, neither of us want to have our room serviced.
See, this is a
So
problem. Why don't you
yeah,
just
it is
let
a problem
people live?
because for 5.5 days now, food boxes are piling
This
up,
is gross.
bottles of soda, water, the trash cans are overflowing. We're out of towels. I mean, it's it's hilarious, actually.
That is not hilarious. You are no longer in a college dorm.
Yes, I am. I feel like I'm in a college dorm. That's a good way of putting it, Skraby.
Do you just when you go to sleep, you just smell the wings that are in the corner?
All right, I'm taking showers. I'm doing that. You know, I'm doing that.
But you're using a towel that has been used for 5 days. That is.
Well, let me ask you this: when you're at home, do you wash your towel every night after you use it?
No, definitely.
Okay,
definitely
so don't give me a hard time if I use a towel 2 days in a row.
Do you hang it up or you throw it on the floor?
I hang it up.
Okay, all right.
What do you think I am, a heathen?
Well, you just described a dorm room for your hotel room right now.
It is a little bit of a dorm room.
Wow, Chris. Okay, so apparently Ben Higgins does the inside out thing. Kat on the chat says, I do feel like I've heard this conversation on Bennett Woods. She would not let her husband into the house wearing inside out, twice worn underwear.
Okay.
Nasty Chris is another one.
Nasty,
Chance says, I've worn boxer briefs for 4 days before. And he also goes on to say, that's punk rock, Chris. My hat is off to you. So,
see?
You are in Vegas. I mean,
I got a little support out there.
Yeah, you do.
All right. It's crazy times. Basketball, it's March Madness, baby. You got to do whatever it takes.
That's true.
It's March Madness. You got to do whatever it takes.
Now, if they win, are they into the NCAA women's tournament?
Absolutely, yeah. They go dance.
So you can't wear another pair of underwear until they lose.
That I don't know that I can commit to.
Let you into the house.
Yeah, I don't think she would. I don't think I can be able to commit to that because the NCAA women's tournament doesn't start until a week from Friday. So,
oh man,
I don't think I'd be able to hold out that long.
Any prospects of where you would go?
I don't know. I haven't even looked at the NCAA tournament because it was far off in the distance, and honestly, it still feels like kind of a dream if they're, like I said, to be able to win this game tonight. But we will actually have Terry Hudson, coach of the team, on with us in a little while, so we'll get her thoughts and find out where she's at and where her team is at as they head into this game tonight against mighty Vegas. We will also have Ted Lightner on the program today. I'm always fired up to talk to Ted Lightner, Uncle Teddy. Getting ready to he's actually coming to see me in Las Vegas. Although I don't think he'll
come to see you.
Yeah, I don't think he'll come to. I don't think he'll want to step foot in this room. So I don't have to worry about that. But Ted's coming to Vegas with the Aztec men. They are on their way, and they'll be playing tomorrow. Of course, we'll get a preview from Uncle Teddy on that. All of the other regular segments along the way. Now, when we come back, Padres,
fight me.
No, hey, now.
He's just a little, he has to get on Southwest. No one likes flying Southwest. So.
Yeah, that's probably his attitude. You're right. I know Uncle Teddy. We will talk about the Padres are actually playing right now, which I mean, really, they're getting on a 14-hour flight to Korea tonight. Baseball couldn't have given them the afternoon off?
I don't.
Like, really?
They're not playing until, Sunday. Well, actually, we are carrying their exhibition game on the station on Sunday at 3 a.m. Okay. So they're not playing until then.
So what? They got to fly 14 hours tonight. Give the guys the afternoon off.
Do you want to know why I'm okay with it, Chris?
Why?
Because on the other side, we're going to tell you what's been happening. And let's just say the bats are on fire.
All right. We'll give you an update.
Today, if you can't tell.
You do sound
like a lot of coffee.
We're all excited. It's a good day to be excited. It's Gwynn and Chris. It's San Diego's #1 sports talk station. We'll update you on the Padres when we come back. Get you set for their trip to Korea when we come back. We'll talk some baseball and a lot of March Madness on San Diego's #1 sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan.
And Kim crosses the plate.
All right, welcome back to Gwynn Chris. We are underway for a Wednesday from Las Vegas. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby in the Odyssey Palace Studios in San Diego. Tony Gwynn Jr. is calling Padre baseball in Peoria. We'll give you an update on that game in just a second. Padres are taking on Oakland A's before they depart later on this season for Korea. 97.3 The Fan, of course, San Diego's #1 sports talk station. You can also watch the program on YouTube. Before I get to the Padre A's update, I want everybody to think good thoughts for our newest friend of the show, Nick Danucci.
Oh, yes.
Now, here is why we have to think good thoughts for Nick Danucci. He is a young guy that is trying to learn how. He already knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's our Padres board up.
Right, he's one of the Padres board operators, right? So he already knows a lot of stuff. But he's trying to learn how to run this particular show.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and he's being. I like what he's doing. He's taking time out of his day to come in to the studio, kind of shadow you, Skraby.
This is how you do it.
And this is how you end up learning stuff like this. So hats off to you, Nick, for that.
Mm-hmm.
However, here's my concern. Here's my concern. Nick Danucci is trying to learn how to produce this program from you.
Yeah, I mean, why would that be a bad thing?
Well,
that's amazing.
I don't know. I think that a lot of people might find that to be a little bit troubling.
Oh, dude. There's only one person that can teach this show, and it's me. So,
but you're the only person on this show who pushes the wrong button about 40% of the time. And now you're teaching Nick Danucci which buttons to push, and the poor guy's going to get confused.
No, the good thing about this is that he already knows which buttons to press. It's more of like the flow of the show, what segments we have, things like that, how to work.
Well, then wait a second. If he knows what buttons to press, why don't we just hire him to push the buttons so that you don't screw it up anymore?
Am I still on the show or am I not on the show anymore?
No, you can do your parts of the show.
I mean, yeah, that would be great. I would love that, but unfortunately, COVID ended all hopes and dreams of getting help here on the show.
I know we don't have any other assistants on the show, but anyway, thanks to Nick Danucci. He's in studio today, so we'll pop him on here in a little while and introduce you to him. But thanks to Nick for coming in and trying to learn along with trying to learn
on camera. So
I
don't know that he wanted to be on camera, but
he is now. He's trying to learn. I of course I'm joking. He's learning only from the best.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Good recovery.
He's learning from our friend Matt Skraby how to run today's program. Padres are not. They're not going to do Korea quietly. No. Apparently, Skraby. They are making quite a bit of noise in their final Peoria spring training today, I hear.
They are, because they just added another run. So the inning is finally over. It's the end of the fourth, but the Padres are leading the A's 8-0. And here is how it went so far. You got Kim doubling to left, scoring Tatis and Machado scoring Tatis only, 1-0. Profar singling to center. Machado scored, Kim scores 3-0. Cronenworth single to center. Merrill scored 4-0. Machado doubled to right. Cronenworth scored 5-0. Profar homers to left center, 6-0. And then the last scoring was Machado doubling to right. Cronenworth scored. Profar singled to left. Machado scored. So right now the Padres through 4 innings have 8 runs, 14 hits.
14 hits?
14 hits.
My goodness.
I believe everybody in the lineup has got a hit.
Has already chipped in. Yeah, Joe Musgrove, I know, started today. So he's obviously pitching just fine.
Yeah, everybody.
Early
You want to hear?
struggles.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Chris, but this is really taking me by surprise.
What?
Manny Machado, 3 for 3 today. Jurickson Profar, 3 for 3 today. Jake Cronenworth, 2 for 3 today. Fernando, 1 for 3. Bogarts, 1 for 3. Everybody has a hit right now who started. Jackson Merrill, 1 for 2.
All right. That's good. That's a very good day so far. I tell you, for a team that has an 8-9 record in spring training, we said this the other day, the Padres are having a really, really amazingly great spring training.
They are.
It seems like it doesn't seem like there's a single individual anywhere that hasn't done something, of a positive nature this
noteworthy.
spring. Right. I mean, it's been like that. I mean, Machado was the one guy who actually was struggling a little bit in spring training, but all of a sudden he's come alive here in the last 2 or 3 days. So
Yeah.
I just hope everybody performs in April and May the way they're performing in March. And if that happens, the Padres are going to be all right. They're going to be in good shape.
I was talking about this a lot on the Skraby show last night, but I don't feel because I got a comment saying that we may be overhyping Jackson Merrill, which I can understand someone feeling that way, but at the same time, I feel like we're not trying to make something out of nothing. There have been performances during spring training that have been the whole spring training that show us this team does actually have some guys that maybe we didn't think were going to be a part of the team this year.
I have some thoughts on all of that, and we're up on the bottom of the hour, or are we?
How long are your thoughts?
They're usually pretty long.
Okay, let's go to 320 then. We'll do that at 320.
We'll do that in a little while, but just on the surface, I totally agree with you. I mean, all of the questions that you had going into spring training have been answered. But here's what I will say ahead of our conversation at 320 after the Daily Gambit. What I will say is that all of the same questions are going to be asked again at the start of the regular season because it's a reset.
Yeah.
It's a total reset. You start from 0-0, and everybody's brand new rookie, and everybody is, making their debut, and everything that happens in spring doesn't count. So all of the questions have been answered for spring training, but we're going to have the same questions again come opening day. The question is how will they be answered? And you and I will we'll talk a little further about that at 320. We're also we've got have you recovered from your loss in the Fantabulous Game Show yesterday?
Oh, I did.
I know that it was a tough one for you.
Honestly, I had so much other stuff going on yesterday. I said I'm just not going to worry about it today, which is the first sign of me not caring about the game anymore. So
it's the first sign of you growing up a little bit, is what it is.
I'm sorry, me growing up.
Yes, you're finally getting a little more mature. You're not letting these things bother you so much anymore. That's good.
Oh, give me a day when I don't have much to do, and it will bother me. Trust me.
I know. I'm sure it will. We don't have a Fantabulous Game Show. We will have a good Christmas. The fans a little later. We got the Daily Gambit coming up, and Big Five later on. But when we come back, Stacey Terry Hudson, whose team is kind of the talk of the town right now, the Aztec, coming off of 3 straight wins to open up the Mountain West Conference tournament, and tonight they go for the chip.
The
chip.
Make sure
I say it right.
Yeah.
Guess they have to go for the chip.
Let's go for the chip.
Yeah, well, I tried to sound like I was cool. I just fell short. That's all.
No, you didn't.
Anyway, we'll join us when we come back to talk about the program and what a great ride it's been so far in Las Vegas and what their chances are going. And we keep Gwynn Chris on 97.3.
Ben and Woods on the Fan. ZZ Top. So disappointing. They look
Welcome back. It's Gwynn and Chris. 2:37 the time. No Tony Gwynn Jr. today. Of course, calling Padre baseball spring training in Peoria. Then he and the rest of the Padres traveling party getting on the big 747 Skraby and flying 13 and a half hours over to Korea.
Do you know it's
And
47?
I did see that in the newspaper article this morning. It's a
Wow.
double-decker plane, from what I read, and it has, I believe, 10 first-class seats.
Who gets those?
I don't believe Tony will qualify for that.
Wow.
His greatest. There's 10 first-class seats, and then there's like 130 business-class seats.
Wow.
I mean, Tony will get one of those.
Isn't it 130 business class seats?
Something like that. Something like that. It's in the paper today. If anybody wants to look it up,
I'm
Kevin
looking it up
Ace's
right
article.
now. I'm trying to figure it out.
And then there's like 20 or 30 regular seats in the way back.
Oh, that's where Tony's at.
No, I don't think so. I think Tony will get one of the business class seats.
Unfortunately, I think Dave Marcus is probably in the back.
Dave Marcus will get shoveled to the back.
He shouldn't be. He's a legend.
You and I both know that, but do the Padres know that?
They
You
should.
know, that's the question. Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
have to
don't
do a
know
little research on this because I actually did look today, this morning, to try and find their flight because you have to schedule a flight plan and those are public. But here it is. Yeah, 747 VIP airliner. Wow.
Okay. What is it? Describe the seating if you can find
Yeah,
it.
it's 10 first class seats, 143 business class, 36 economy.
36 economy. You know what? That's where you and I would be, Skraby, if we were on this trip. So.
I would be in the cargo hold.
You would be lucky to be in the economy seats.
Yes. I'm going to now look for this flight so I can track it today. It says they're supposed to land at 1:30 a.m. South Korea time.
Yeah. So we're not going to hear from Tony for a while.
Yeah.
Once he recovers from that flight.
Yes.
But I will say this. It is 1 week from today, Skraby, that when you and I go on the show at 2:00, we will be able to talk about a regular season game.
Wow.
Because the Padres opener is next Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. And to that end, you and I are going to be there
I was
for our
surprised.
watch party.
Yes.
Yeah, oh heck yeah, I'm not going to miss that. I'm up at 3:00 in the morning half the time anyway.
You kept saying that, but I thought you were just joking. So you get to see Chris, you get to see Bennett Woods, you get to see me. Tune into 97.3 The Fan next Wednesday and Thursday as Soapy Joe's presents the games from Seoul, South Korea. Listen to Jesse Agler and Soapy Joe's Chief Bubble Officer Tony Gwynn Jr. call the action. Soapy Joe's is also the official sponsor of our Padres in Seoul, South Korea watch party Wednesday morning, March 20th at 3 a.m. at 7 Mile Casino. It's all brought to you by Soapy Joe's Car Wash. Good, clean fun. So Wednesday, 3 a.m. I'm already worried about that day just because I'm very much so a creature of habit, and I'm worried about my sleep that day. But I'm gonna have fun doing it.
So you're gonna what are you gonna do? Go to sleep the night before and then get up at like 2:30 and drive down there?
I don't know because I have the Skraby show till about 7. I probably leave here around 7:45, 7:50. You get home around 9. What am I supposed to do, Chris? Just stay up all night? Be a crazy person?
No, you're supposed to go to sleep for 3 or 4 hours, get up, go down, enjoy the baseball game. You'll get home by about 7:30 in the morning, and then take a nap, just like I do. That's what I do, Skraby, and you should do the same thing. Just go. Your strategy for next week. First of all, everybody out there should already make plans to call in sick to work next Wednesday.
Good point.
It should be kind of a holiday for all Padre fans next Wednesday. It's opening day. It's just a little different opening day. Instead of it all being down at the ballpark at Petco Park, you're all going to get up at 3 in the morning and watch the ball game, and then you'll sleep in afterwards. It's very simple, really. It really, truly is. So that should be everybody's plan next Wednesday, and hopefully we'll see a bunch of you down there at 7 Mile Casino. All right, we are in Las Vegas. I am in Las Vegas, and the reason I am here, blame it all on Stacey Terry Hudson and her Aztec women's basketball team, which has won 3 straight in the Mountain West Conference tournament, and tonight we'll play for the championship against UNLV. Coach, it has already been a good day for the Hudson family. Husband Justin and the Fresno State men pull off a victory in their first Mountain West Conference game over Wyoming. I just watched a little while ago. So hopefully that's a good sign of things to come for you guys today, right?
Yeah, I apologize for my voice. It's a little scratchy, but went on here in Vegas. But yes, it was a tight one. It was fun to watch him win. So we're hoping to get one more.
Well, Coach, this has been a real blessing to be around this team this year. And, when you started this journey with this team, you had to replace 4 starters from a year ago. You had to do so with 2 injured point guards, which left you without a real starting point guard for the season. To get from there to here has to be very gratifying for you.
It's funny you brought it up. We've been talking about it all day. It's just been really fun to watch this team mature and come into their own just really at the right time. We're playing a lot of kids out of position because of the injuries, and as you mentioned, and it's just fun to watch them play. They are truly enjoying the game, and that's really what it's about, and just fun to watch them. Fun to watch.
Yeah, first 2 games of this tournament, you guys did a great job of sharing the basketball. I mean, that kind of speaks to the camaraderie on this team. I think you had 19 assists in the win over San Jose State, 19 more in the upset of New Mexico. You didn't have as many assists last night to beat Boise State, but this team, it does seem like as a 5-player unit, whichever 5 players are out on the floor, they all get along and they all seem to figure things out together pretty well.
They are. They're growing up in front of our eyes. I mean, and then our bench has been amazing too. What I love about this team is since we've been in Vegas, there's been a different leading scorer. So we can hit you offensively a lot of different ways. But I think the reason why we've won here in Vegas is we're actually playing defense, making it hard on our opponents, and being locked in there has really made the difference.
Well, I have the fortune of being around you guys this morning, and of course, you've got the UNLV Rebels tonight, and they're number 21 in the nation, and they've got pretty good credentials. I like the way you're going about this, Coach. Tell us what your strategy with your kids is heading into this game.
Well, you were around this morning when you heard us talking about it. They're very good, and they can hurt you in a lot of different ways. And we're going to try to take away the 3 ball. I think that's what hurt us last time we played. We just want to limit them there. They have an All-American down low in the post. We're going to do our best to slow her down a bit, but she's one of those players you just can't stop. So we just can't let the other ones get above their average. We're going to try to slow down everybody else and see if we can stay in the game. That's plan A. You never know what's going to happen. We might have to go to plan B or plan C, but that's definitely plan A.
Yeah, plan A. And I think the other thing is having the right mindset, which is you guys belong in this game. You deserve to be in this game. And there's no reason why if you play your game, you can't win this game. I mean, if you guys don't think that, you're not going to be able to do it.
100%. And these kids are believing that we could beat South Carolina right now. So I love it. I love their confidence. We're going to take that into the game and see what we can do. Again, UNLV is a great team. We're playing really good basketball, and I like our chances.
Coach, I don't want to get too personal, but I shared with everybody a little while ago that when we arrived in Vegas on Saturday, I thought I packed for 5 days. But I really came up a little short, and some of my T-shirts are getting reworn now because we've been here so long. Unfortunately, Ben Pearson and I, the media relations director, we don't like to get our room cleaned. So we've got trash piling up. How is your room looking at this stage of the trip, Coach? Are you keeping things together all right?
You know what? 2 things. We've done laundry here at the hotel. Not that I didn't bring enough. I knew my plan was to be here until Thursday, so I have enough. But we did do some laundry, and I've been picking up along the way. So we also agreed a couple times to come clean. But that's a great problem to have. I'll take that. I'll take that any day.
One last thing, Coach, before I let you go, because you are busy and you have more important things to do today, but we appreciate it. You don't like to think of yourself too much, but it has to be gratifying for you. It's your 11th season. Anyone like myself who's been around you, you've done it the right way. You've done it with great kids. They all have great point averages. They all do things outside of basketball. But to have your first shot at a championship game, this has been a long time coming, and I know a lot of people are very happy for you. And I'm just wondering how you're kind of containing some of those emotions.
it was really emotional last night. I got home and we just thinking about all the kids that have been in our program and the history and tradition of San Diego State had long before I've ever been here. And I'm just really proud of all the Aztecs that have reached out to us and had touched base with me and wished us luck. If they're not coming tonight, they're going to be tuned in, and it's just been really fun to be a part of this program in the history and tradition of winning. And we finally got it back there, so I'm just really proud of us, really proud of our staff and the young ladies that are in the locker room getting it done. The maturity and the leadership that I have in this locker room has really, got us to this point. So just proud of our kids. I was overwhelmed with emotion because I'm just really, really happy for them.
Well, Coach, it's been great fun, obviously, for all of us this week. Let's just get one more tonight, and it'll be a lot of fun to talk about it on the show tomorrow. Good luck. I'll see you over at the arena.
Thank you. Go Aztec.
Yep. Thanks, Stacy. Stacy Terry Hudson right there, the Aztec women's basketball coach. I will say this, Skraby, if you get a chance, anybody listening, if you get a chance, I tweeted it out today. They had video of the kids celebrating on the court last night in Las Vegas after they won the semifinal game. But the video also included her emotional speech to her kids in the locker room. And it's very uplifting.
All right. So there's no swear words, right? I can just play it.
I don't think there's any swear words. You might want to check it out just to be sure. I don't think there were.
Okay.
I don't think there were. Yeah, take a look at it. You don't have to play it on the air. I think people can find it if they want to hear it. But it was very uplifting to see her. This is her 11th season. She's never got to this point, and she was very proud of her team, and they were proud of her. It was a very emotional, fun scene to watch in the locker room last night, and they had a video. I tweeted it out, so you can either go to my Twitter at ChrisLOSD, you'll find it somewhere, or search for my Twitter, or maybe you can find it, Skraby, and put it up somewhere.
It's also on GoAztecs.com.
Yes. So there's a lot of good stuff on GoAztecs.
Go to Chris's Twitter or at GoAztecs.com.
Yeah, you'll be able to find that video. All right. So what else is going on? How's Nick DiNucci doing? He's coming up on the end of his first hour as a learning board op.
Well, why don't you talk to him, Chris? Why don't you talk to him? Nick, I think I don't know that Nick has ever been on this show or any show. He's saying no. So here is Nick DiNucci. Chris, you take it over.
Nick.
I have been.
Nick, how is it trying to learn from the master at his craft, Matt Skraby?
Skraby and Braden, they're pretty good, man. So they're,
I don't think he mentioned Braden, but he mentioned me, and you threw Braden.
Yeah, you're learning from Braden Surprenant as well.
I will be on Friday, yes.
On Friday you will.
Yes.
Right. Has Skraby confused you in any way yet?
No, it's going well. I mean, just, in the beginning, you kind of just watch how things go, and then they kind of ask questions, not obviously just to humor him, but to actually, get the knowledge I need to run it efficiently.
To humor me. I do love that. That was really funny.
You like to be humored.
I will say, if people are wondering how to get into radio, the way to do it is just kind of what Nick is doing, be a shadow on the wall, just be in the right places, continue to ask to be a part of something. Like that's the way in. It's unfortunate for internships that we can't do those in California, because I've wanted, that's how I got into radio, and then they ended like 6 months after. So the way to do it is just make yourself known and be the first guy to say yes to everything.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you are sure. One thing we've learned in working with you, Skrabe, over the last almost 6 years now for this program,
I know,
is that you work your way up from the ground floor to where you are now. And you despise anybody out there who gets any kind of a break along the way, a la nepotism or whatever it might be that can give somebody an edge.
I don't know why that is.
Since you didn't get it, you don't want anyone else to get it either.
It may have been the maybe year and a half of free work that I did 40 hours a week for the radio station. It may have been me just scratching and clawing for my entire radio career. Maybe that's why I don't want someone to get the spot in front of me. Yeah. If they're better than me, that's fine. And Noah Eagle is better than me at play-by-play. But you put him in this chair, don't know.
Yeah. No, it's Skraby is the man. and
Okay.
we give him a crazy time on this show, but we would not do it without him. 8-0 is the score. Padres right now over the A's. I mentioned Joe Musgrove started today. Joe, 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, walked 2, struck out 4. Jackson Merrill, along with 1 for 2 day and a run scored, Skraby, also with his second stolen base of the spring. So
Can he do anything wrong?
No, not right now. Not
I
right
know.
now.
I know. I'm
There's
being over the top.
nothing he can do wrong. I know. I wish we could borrow him to play against UNLV tonight for the women's basketball team, because he'd probably just somehow throw in 45 points.
Probably.
I mean, he's just on that kind of a roll right now. So, yeah, Jackson Merrill's definitely on a roll.
Did you know that
he's having another nice day?
Did you know that? Because Sammy Levit put up a bunch of great stuff on X yesterday. So if you want to see it, go to @97.3 the Fantasy. But he put on 35 pounds over one offseason in high school. He needed to gain the weight for muscle and all that. That's pretty insane to me that you can gain 35 pounds.
With all due respect, I think. Oh, just muscle. I was going to say, with all due respect, I think most of us listening could gain 35 pounds over a summer if we just put our minds to it.
Absolutely, we could.
Not yeah. But or we could lose 37 and do SD fat loss. So it just depends on which way you want to go.
That's true. I did lose 40. Ben lost over 40. You lost 37. So we did good things.
Yeah, we did. We did some good things, and Jackson Merrill is doing some very good things. All right, we got Daily Gambit coming up. Is there anything else? Has there been any football signings today, Skrabe? It's been a hot week in the NFL.
Yes, Calvin Ridley is now with the Tennessee Titans. He signed a 4-year, I think, $96 million deal. You know what's really funny about these?
I'll bet he is a Titan.
$92 million deal. Why do you say it like that?
I'll bet because he got kicked out of football for winning.
Oh, I see. It was a joke. It was a joke, everybody.
Yeah, you didn't make the connection.
I did. But isn't it weird that running backs, they touch the ball way more than wide receivers do, and wide receivers are getting paid all the money right now? I just don't understand it. I really don't.
Yeah. Running back is kind of a thing of the past in the National Football League. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised so many running backs changed teams and signed free agent contracts. I don't really think teams were paying any money for running backs. So I think it's been pretty good free agent for running back. Better than last year, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is.
Last year, you had guys sitting on the sidelines who couldn't even get a sniff.
They were having
this year,
meetings.
That's right. To see why they were being blacklisted out of the game.
Oh, I do have
that Austin.
I'm sorry, we're kind of on a play here. We're gonna have to reset the app when we go to break. But Chargers, they released Williams too, so.
Oh, I did. Yeah, Mike Williams saved $20 million in cap space.
Great.
The Chargers. All right, second hour, Daily Gambit, Ted Lightner, Uncle Teddy, talking about the Aztec men's team and their prospects here in Las Vegas. It's all still to come. Stick around on Gwynn Chris. Welcome back, Alan, to Gwynn and Chris for a Wednesday, kind of a wacky Wednesday. First hour of the show was a little wacky indeed. Chris Elliott coming to you from Las Vegas, the Aztec basketball, and Tony Gwynn Jr. is in Peoria. He is covering broadcasting Padres baseball. They don't even give him a day off when later on this evening they have to fly 13 and a half hours to Korea. But it's going to be a long day. Skraby.
Why are you so worried about the
I'm very concerned about these poor guys.
I don't think it matters. I mean, they're going to get there at 1:30. Or the Dodgers, they basically timed everything out so that their internal clock doesn't shift. They're overthinking this thing, I think.
Yeah. Well, the Padres are overthinking it too. If you look at Kevin Acey's article, and we talked about it earlier about the 747 jet or the VIP jet that they're taking over there and the seating arrangements. But the Padres have people in the organization that are like supposedly experts at traveling overseas.
Yeah, I did read that. That makes
yeah.
sense. Makes sense.
Well, they have a whole thing that now, according to the story, it's a really interesting story. If you happen to want to, go find it online or pick up a newspaper.
I have it right now if you want me to read the quote.
Well, read the part about where they're going to actually change the temperature of the air on the airplane to promote sleep at certain times during the flight and to promote people being awake at certain times. Did you see that?
Yeah, here it is. So
Okay.
This is from Kevin Acey, because I'm assuming he's on the plane.
Okay.
When the travel party boards the massive plane Wednesday night, waiting for them will be packets containing tart cherry juice and magnesium supplements that promote sleep and water, plenty of water, lighting and heating to be manipulated throughout the flight to promote sleep and then to help discourage it. Wow, they're going to make it 95 degrees in this plane so that they don't sleep?
Well, you just said the Dodgers are overthinking it. I don't know if the Padres aren't overthinking
See, this to me isn't overthinking it, because I think that those are pretty natural and normal things. You get cold, you stay awake. You get warm, you fall asleep.
Okay.
And the tart cherry juice, I've also heard, is for cramping and everything. Don Tricker, the Padres director of player health and performance, is also a frequent traveler to and from New Zealand. He said, it's easier to manage what you're doing around sleep on an international flight. If you think about when you're going across the country, it takes 5 hours. It's pretty hard to get a decent amount of sleep. So on this flight going into Korea, we sleep in the front end of the flight. We stay up at the back end of the flight. We sleep when we get to Korea. So there you go.
Yeah, well, good luck with all of that. I mean, I don't know. Here's how I do it when you got to travel a long distance. I sleep when I'm tired and I wake when I'm awake. That's pretty much it. I think that's the way not to overthink it. If you're tired, sleep. If you're not, stay awake.
Okay.
Big whoop.
I just
You don't like that?
No, I'm very, I like to sleep at night. I like to go to bed at certain times, and I like to wake up at certain times just so I have that routine.
I like to sleep when I'm tired and stay awake when I'm awake. That's my theory on sleeping.
Well, you sleep a lot then.
Huh?
You sleep
How
a
do you
lot
know?
then because you're
How do
really
you know?
tired all the time.
How do you know?
Because you're yawning all the time.
I yawn because you bore me, Skraby.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is? I gotta say real quick that something is up with the audio on the YouTube stream. I have no idea. I just plug it in the same every day, and everything changes from day to day. So, sorry, everybody. Everybody's yelling at me on the chat. I can't fix it. I have no idea. It's the same thing. It's always.
You know what? You people on the YouTube today are going to have to go to the old-fashioned way and turn the radio on and listen to the show as we head into today's Daily Gambit.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is a mortal lock.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambits, our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn Chris. Please have everybody gamble responsibly. Chris, you did just sound like an alien there, so we're going to just push through this. If we have to reconnect, we'll reconnect. This is the last day that Chris will be doing the show from Las Vegas, unless there's some sort of postponement or something in the next couple hours. Anyway.
I hate to sound like an alien. Do I still sound like an alien?
No, you sound okay now.
Huh.
You sound okay now. I don't know. All right. As you can tell, I'm slightly frustrated by this audio situation that happens like on a daily basis. But here we go. I'm going to get over it. Aztecs last night. The women played Boise State. Boise State -1.5 spread. They were the favorites. We all chose the Aztecs. We all win because they win 72-69. So we've already talked about that. UNLV, on the other hand, in the women's Mountain West tournament, there were 15.5 points favorites over Colorado State. Chris and I chose UNLV. Colorado State was chosen by Tony, but UNLV only won by 10. Does this make you feel a little bit better about tonight, Chris?
Yes, it does. It does make you feel better. Colorado State had to play very well and did play very well. And there's two ways of looking at it. They played very well and they still lost by 10. But the other way of looking at it was that it was a close game with about 7 minutes to go, or maybe 5 minutes to go. Colorado State was only down 3 and had a chance. So I think it does make the Aztecs feel a little bit better that, UNLV doesn't just crush everybody, because they didn't crush Colorado State last night.
That's true. That's true. We're going to get to the spread for the Aztecs women tonight in just a second, but that is true. Keep that in mind, everyone. Next one, Minnesota Timberwolves at the Los Angeles Clippers. Clippers were 6.5 point favorites in this one. All of us chose the Clippers, and all of us shouldn't have chosen the Clippers because the Timberwolves won 118-100. My guy, Anthony Edwards, big night again.
He can't be your guy when you say how great he is, and then you pick against him anyway.
I know. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done it.
You got to stick with your thought. The Clippers were winning that game by 22 points at one time, ended up losing by 18. Even my remedial math tells me that that's a 40-point swing in that game last night.
That is a lot. That is a lot. The Knicks were 6.5 point favorites over the Sixers. And ever since Joel Embiid went down, the Sixers are one of the worst teams in basketball, it seems like. The Knicks, we all chose them. They won 106-79.
Second game in a row that Philadelphia scored 79, which is hard to do in the NBA this day and age.
That is hard to do in this day and age. I mean, that's it's not Doc Rivers. Who's the coach of this team?
I believe it's Nick Nurse, who was the Toronto coach when they won the title a few years ago.
That's not a glowing endorsement when you lose one player and your entire team collapses.
Yeah, but when that player's how good do you think the Nuggets would be if Jokic went out?
Probably better than what the Sixers are doing, I would hope.
I don't know. I think they'd be pretty mediocre.
All right, final one is Gonzaga. They played St. Mary's for the conference title last night. The men's Gonzaga 3.5 point favorites in this one. Chris and Tony chose Gonzaga. I chose St. Mary's. And St. Mary's wins it 69-60. So there you go.
Yeah.
Gonzaga does not win the West Coast Conference.
Yeah, a rarity. It was a bad day for Gonzaga. Their men's team lost the final. Their women's team also lost the final earlier in the day to Portland. The story there, Skraby, was that Gonzaga's women beat Portland by 50 points 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Portland turned it around and beat them.
That is
don't
crazy.
think that Stacey Terry Hudson didn't tell her team about that last night.
She should.
That's what the Aztecs are trying to do tonight. They're trying to beat a team that beat them by 59 points 2.5 weeks ago.
That's crazy.
It can be done.
It can be done. Real quick, Chris, before you get into your bets in the Aztecs women's, tune in every Thursday and tomorrow at 10 a.m. for 97.3 The Fans commercial-free Padres Roundtable, featuring Bennett Woods, Annie and Elston, Gwynn and Chris, and presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. For takeout or delivery, go to roundtablepizza.com. Roundtable, the last honest pizza. Unfortunately, Chris, with your championship and Tony going to Korea, Gwynn nor Chris will be on tomorrow's, but you will be on the rest of them.
Yes, I will look forward to those roundtables. I was looking forward to tomorrow. There's nothing I can do because of my travel schedule, but it's a great, some great thing for Padres fans. It really, truly is. I mean, it's 1 hour solid of Ben Woods and Sam Levit and Craig Elston and Annie and everybody, and hopefully I'll be there soon, not tomorrow, but just previewing the baseball season.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something you want to tune in tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Yes, controversial
Listen.
opinion though. I really enjoy Roundtable. I think Roundtable's a pretty good pizza, gotta say.
Oh, you're talking about
It's a really good pizza. I have to.
I thought you just enjoyed roundtables. I didn't know it was a
I
pizza.
do enjoy Roundtables as well, but Roundtable Pizza is the official sponsor of the Roundtable, so
And you're a
that's
fan.
cool. I'm a huge fan.
You're a fan.
Whenever Tony
hopefully-
orders pizza here, it's
Yeah.
Roundtable.
Well, maybe Roundtable ought to deliver pizza to all of us when we're doing the Roundtable, and then I'll
I think
make
that's
sure
in the works. I do.
Yeah, I think
I do.
I'll save a little for you. All right, let's get to tonight's bets.
Okay.
You're welcome. Aztec women. We keep talking about the challenge ahead of them tonight. They're taking on UNLV, the number 1 seed for the Mountain West Conference Championship tonight. The odds makers don't think the Aztecs have a chance in hell. The spread for this game tonight is ridiculous. UNLV is favored by 20.5 points over the Aztecs tonight.
That's wild.
Now, keep in mind, they beat the Aztecs by a lot more than that the last time they played.
They sure did.
But this is a championship game. I mean, I have to take the Aztecs here, Skraby, and I know you do too. You're not going to jump ship now, are you?
No, not at all. And I honestly think that 20 points is too much.
I am not a fan of telling my players, anything about odds, especially college players. I don't like to even get involved. But I don't know if I wouldn't use that as a little motivation almost. Like, you know what? They're disrespecting you so much. They think they're going to lose by 3 touchdowns. I don't know if I would use that or not to motivate my team.
No,
I don't think they need any more. I think they're in a good frame of mind as it is.
Yeah.
All right. The Mountain West men's tournament getting underway today. First round games. We told you earlier, Fresno State defeated Wyoming in a bit of an upset. We have a game here later tonight. It actually precedes our championship game, Skraby. And it will be New Mexico, 14.5 points over Air Force. The only thing I will say about this, New Mexico is a 6 seed. The Air Force is the 11 seed. They finished in last place. But Air Force beat New Mexico in Albuquerque 3 weeks ago.
That's right. Yeah.
So tonight, New Mexico's getting 14.5 points. Who do you like? It's a tough one.
I'm going to go with Air Force.
You can take Air Force here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad call. I mean, Air Force, some teams just give other teams trouble.
That's true.
Maybe Air Force will give.
Talk about the Rockies and the Padres.
Oh, God. Don't go there. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. I'm going to take Air Force as well just because I can't root for Jalen House.
All right. Yes, that is right.
Yeah.
You do despise him.
Well, I don't. I'm not the only one.
That's
he
true.
wants to be hated.
That's
he
true.
wants to be disliked.
That's
I'm
true.
just giving him what he wants.
Yes.
In the NBA tonight, rematch of last year's NBA Finals. Denver Nuggets are 3.5 point favorites over the Miami Heat in Miami. I'm going to take Miami plus the points here. I think they're due for a big game.
Didn't they
Denver
just play
beat
like
them in the
last
first
week
one.
or something?
Yeah, they did. They may, they play twice a year, and they're playing both games pretty close together.
I'm going to stay
Denver won the first meeting.
I'm going to stay with the Nuggies.
The Nuggies on the road.
Yes, Nuggies on the road.
You've got them.
Thank you.
All right, Lakers are on the road tonight at Sacramento. Lakers are favored by 3.5. But I caution you, Sacramento won all 3 games between the Lakers and Kings this season, including last week in LA. So who do you like tonight, Skraby? The Lakers favored by 3.5.
These are the 2 teams that always just make me lose. I pick the Lakers, then they lose. I pick the Kings, then they lose. So this is a lose-lose for me, but I'm going to go with the Lakers.
Going to go the Lakers. Giving the 3.5 to finally beat Sacramento.
Actually, you know what?
What?
I'm sorry. Danny and Chula Vista said on the chat for me to take the Kings. I'm taking the Kings.
Really?
Yeah.
Danny and Chula Vista changed your mind.
Yes. That was a sign from up above that I needed to change my mind.
Okay. Just because I don't know who Danny from Chula Vista is, I'll take the Lakers. They can't lose 4 straight times to the Kings.
That would be rough.
That would be rough. So I'll take the Lakers. We got one more, the Pac-12 first-round game tonight. A Bay Area battle between Stanford and Cal. Stanford is a 1.5-point favorite. I am going with Cal. I think they're better than Stanford. So that's my reasoning there. I'll take Cal. They played the Aztecs tough earlier this year. Took them into overtime.
You know what? I'm going with my guy in his school, Greg Camarillo, Stanford.
Oh, your guy, Greg Camarillo.
Yeah. We need to get him on sometime soon.
Yeah, we haven't had him on in a long time.
That's very true.
All right, there's our Diddly Gambit for today. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll check some traffic first. But then our discussion about Jackson Merrill and some of the other young Padres. Is spring training performances making all of us overrate and hype these young players? We'll talk about it when we come back on Gwynn and Chris.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center.
Chris Ello, Matt Skraby today. Gwynn and Chris. Well, don't let me leave out the apprentice who is there working alongside Skraby in studio today, Nick DiNucci.
We
Tony
should
Gwynn
make a
Jr.'s
show, The Apprentice. Oh, wait, that's already taken.
Oh, nah, that would never work.
That would never work.
The Apprentice? Yeah, kind of a dumb title.
Moving on.
I can't believe that the host of that show was also a president of our country. But then again, I can't believe Aaron Rodgers might be the vice president of our country someday.
Very
So,
true.
You know,
Very true.
crazy things are happening all around us. Christopher Skraby, Nietzsche today. Tony is calling a wild game in Peoria. Last we left it was 8-0 Padres. Well, just like that, the A's scored 7 runs and made it 8-7. They got some runs off of Luis Patino and Adrian Morejon. But the bottom of the sixth inning, Tyler Wade answered the call for the Padres with a grand slam. So now it is Padres 12, A's 7.
So he's trying to make a last-minute push for this roster, assuming
he's got to make it. I don't know who's all going to make it because too many guys have done good, or done well. Yeah, sorry about my grammar.
No, they've done good.
Too many guys have done well. Somebody's going to have to get sent to the minor leagues, but I think that I know they'd like to keep Brett Sullivan to have a third catcher and give him a little more maneuverability, but I just think other guys have done more and deserve to make it. You're going to have Higashioka as your backup catcher. I think you've got to have both Tyler Wade and Graham Pauley make this team. And then you've got to have a Zokar as your fourth outfielder.
You do.
So I don't think you can send either Wade or Pauley down. And, now they get an extra 5 guys on the roster for the 2 games in Korea. So it's not going to be an issue right away.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very interesting to see who the 26 guys are when they have the opening day in San Diego on March 31st. That will be interesting.
That's the day that I will really find out the roster because it's kind of like not patchwork, but there's so many things that are going to be with the Korea roster that aren't going to be with the regular roster. So,
right.
If that makes sense.
Now, you asked this question earlier, and the question was, are we overhyping Jackson Merrill?
Yes.
And to a certain extent, are we overhyping any of the other, young players? My answer to that question, Skraby, is 100% yes. We are overhyping Jackson Merrill, and it's not our fault. He has played great this spring. He has given us no reason to doubt him. He has given us no reason not to think that he can't hit major league pitching. And if you didn't think he could hit major league pitching, the home run he hit off of Zach Gallen the other day ought to end any fears you might still have. Zach Gallen is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Jackson Merrill took him out.
He did.
I just think, but we are still overhyping this guy. And the reason we're overhyping him is because we're to the point now where I think people are believing that Jackson Merrill is going to come in right away and be Fernando Tatis Jr. And that just is not even remotely realistic.
Well, he doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to be.
No, he doesn't need to be, but all right, I'll pick somebody else. Michael Harris, the former Rookie of the Year for the Braves. I mean, people are thinking Jackson Merrill is the best Jackson to come up in baseball this season.
So that's the quote from Alvin Gonzalez yesterday.
That's right. Alvin Gonzalez said he might be better than Jackson Holiday, the young, superstar for the Orioles. But Jackson Merrill, once the season starts, again, everything's going to start at 0-0, and all of the pitchers are going to be focused and locked in, and the scouting reports are going to be more intense. And the question is going to still be, can Jackson Merrill really basically make the jump from AA to the big leagues at the age of 21? He's answered that question with an affirmative in spring training.
Yeah.
But we're going to ask it again when the season starts.
Yes, we will. We will.
So I think we are overhyping. What do you think, Scrape? Are we overhyping him?
I I don't think we are because, and this wasn't my take. This was from one of the Skrabinators, the Skraby Show listeners that were listening last night, and they said, this person said, like, how can we be overhyping if Mike Schilt and Manny and Fernando are all saying the same things that we're saying about him? If we're going to be taking our lead, it's from those guys. So if they weren't talking as positively as they are about him, then I don't think we're overhyping him. Now, I do think that we may be two roses. What is it? Roses and sunshine. And he's going to struggle throughout the year. And fans are going to have to deal with that. And fans are going to have to stay behind him throughout the year when he does struggle. It's not going to be a year where he just comes up and never gets out. And everybody knows that.
I believe it's peaches and cream, not roses and sunshine. But I know where you were going.
It's Scrabyism, roses and sunshine. I do have some bad news, Chris, real quick. I do have some bad news from the Padres game. Sammy Levit tweeted, Jurickson Profar walked off the field and through the right field gate under his own power during the inning break. Hard to see from behind home plate, but it didn't look like a significant limp. We'll wait for an update post-game. Not sure what actually happened, but Jurickson Profar did have to leave the game early today because of some sort of injury. So
he just wants to get on the plane and get comfortable for his FIFA game against.
That is true. Here's AJ Castanville. He has more information. Jurickson Profar went down at first base after rounding the bag hard. After staying down for a while, he limped off the field under his own power. He is the Padres' presumed starter in left field and was 3 for 3 with a homer today. So, of course.
Okay. I'm not going to panic on that one. Not going to panic on that one. We'll take a break. When we come back, Uncle Teddy joins us. So excited to have Ted Lightner on the program ahead of the Aztecs Mountain West Conference opener tomorrow against UNLV. We'll see what Ted Lightner has to say next on Gwynn and Chris. So all of you Gwynn Chrisinators, stay tuned.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
I like
If you love Mediterranean food, like I love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine. They're in Coronado and in La Jolla. For dining and takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris, 3:37 the time. Crisello in Las Vegas. Matt Skraby, Odyssey Palace Studios in San Diego, along with our apprentice today, Nick DiNucci. Skraby, you finally shamed Ben Pearson and I into taking out the trash from our room.
I did this?
Yeah, I'm glad you did it. I think it was high time. We had Stacy on. She said her room was cleaned up a couple of times. We have not had our room cleaned up during this entire 5-day trip. The trash was piling up. It had to go.
Yeah, during
So
the
it's
break,
now sitting out in the hallway.
during the break, all I hear down the line is, we do got to get this trash out of here. Do you have a bag?
Yeah, so we finally straightened up, tidied up a little bit here in our lovely confines.
A
of the
branch
hotel
off
in
question
Las
to
Vegas.
that. What have you been
Yes.
eating each day?
What have I been eating?
Yeah, are you
What do you
eating
mean?
like fast food?
I
Are
eat
you
with the
eating-
team.
Oh, that's true.
No,
That's
the
true.
team has meals. The
Yeah,
team has
that's true.
meals
The
throughout
team
the
does.
day, and yeah, they take pretty good care of us, and eggs and things in the morning, and some sandwiches, and I had an acai bowl here a little while ago. So yeah, I'm doing okay food wise. Doing okay.
Good,
It's
I'm
not a
glad.
fast food gorge fest, so that's good.
Okay. I love fast
Although
food.
my
gorge fest,
goddaughter
though.
lives, I know we all do. My goddaughter lives in Las Vegas, and we did go out for a couple of big meals while I was here. So it's nice to see her. So
That
I've had
is
a great
nice.
trip. I mean, it really has been a great trip. All right, Ted Lightner is on his way to Las Vegas with the Aztec men's basketball team. They begin their Mountain West Conference tournament tomorrow against UNLV. That's the same school that the Aztec women will play tonight for the championship. Always a great pleasure to catch up with Uncle Teddy. And Skraby and I were able to track him down before he got on the plane today.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Davick.
Well, guys, looks like we already checked ladder and lanes off our afternoon commute bingo card. A vehicle hit one on westbound 905 just before Caliente. That vehicle is over right shoulder, ladder still in lanes. Westbound side of the 8, right around Waring Road, there's a crash involving a motorcycle. That is over to the left shoulder. I'm Kelly Davick. Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And it is always a great pleasure to talk with one of the great voices of San Diego, and that is now the voice of San Diego State basketball and football, Ted Lightner. Long time no talk, Ted. How you doing? I'm sure you're getting excited for another March Madness run with the Aztecs.
Yeah, I know I am. And the bar is, as you know, very high after last year. And that's why I think this season, what's happened the last few games or 2 games is so, gosh, it's just eerie and scary because they've always, peaked at tournament time. And this time, the last 2 games can't make shots. I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. I'm going to put it on a T-shirt real soon. The way they defend, and the way they rebound. If they make shots, they can beat anyone in the country, and I'm convinced of that. But they haven't, as I think you noticed, made shots.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for sure. And I was going to ask you. I mean, I think everybody who probably talks to you, as we get to March, says, what do you think the difference is between this year and last year's team? We really won't know the answer to that until the end of the NCAA tournament. But as you look at the 2 teams, how do you rate this year's team versus last year's team?
Well, I believe last year's team was better. I really do. I don't know if it was the absolute best Aztec team of all time because you're talking about 3 to choose from, at least in my time. And I don't think there's anything before that was really anywhere near what Fisher and Dutcher have done. So, you're talking about Kawhi's team at 34-3 back in 10-11. You're talking about Malachi's team in the COVID season of 2020 that was 30-2, and then there's no NCAA, and last year's team. And it's difficult to compare them. Compare any team that doesn't have Kawhi, but Kawhi wasn't the shooter that he became in San Antonio and now on to the rest of his NBA career. But it's hard to pick. But I know this doesn't have the depth. I mean, last year, my gosh, those guys that came off the bench, you could have made another separate team at a separate school out of those guys. They could have started a whole bunch of other places, not just the Mountain West. And to bring another team off the bench, that kind of depth the Aztecs have never had. They don't have that now in terms of the experience. Bird, Saunders, those guys are going to be absolutely terrific, but they're not that experienced like the guys who they would bring off, a 5 and 6 year senior off the bench. So no, it's not as good as last year. But and you can expect when you lose a Matt Bradley in terms of somebody who can get to the rim, if the perimeter shots are not falling. They have not had that this year because everybody's 3-point numbers, Butler, Parrish, Powell, have gone down. Powell didn't play last year, but you know what I mean in terms of it's just uncanny. The worst shooting team for threes and overall in the entire conference, and one of the worst in the country. Who could have possibly seen that? And I know you take an Adam Finkel and a Matt Bradley off the team, you've lost some shooting, but not that much. There are still individually really good shooters on this club. But for some reason, it's just a slump of one. It's a slump of all of them. Go figure.
That is very strange. We're talking to Uncle Teddy, Ted Lightner here on 97.3 The Fan. And it's also strange because the Aztecs might have one of the top 5 basketball players in the country in Jaden Ledee, but the media voted him as the Mountain West Player of the Year. The coaches did not vote him the Mountain West Player of the Year. What say you about the coaches not voting him as the Mountain West Player of the Year?
Matt, it's so all that stuff is so subjective. Just even Hall of Fame sometimes are subjective. And then these kind of teams are just, look at the media. No offense, media. Look at the media poll. They picked the order of finish from Mountain West. And they had Utah State ninth, I tell you. They did that strictly on, yes, nobody returning, no starters, no Letterman, not 1 point, not 1 rebound from the previous 20-game winning team. And he's got nothing coming. He's coming to transfer, a couple of transfers. He's coming from Montana State, new coach. They're ninth. That's what the media knows. They don't know who's really coming in the portal, how good they are, how terrific they are. And that guy brought, Cornelius, he brought Brown, and he brought Osterbohr with him, and that changed the balance of power with transfers in the Mountain West. They were terrific players. Do I think Osterbohr is a better player or a better pro prospect than Jaden Ledee? Absolutely, objectively not. He is not. And the coaches are voting, and that's fine. But you know how the coaches are; they don't really pay that close attention to that any more than they do when they vote in the AP, whether the ESPN poll, the USA Today poll, rather, the coaches poll. So it's all so subjective. But I think Jaden has a chance, depending on who's there, who can draft him, with his shooting and his improved footwork and defense. I think Jaden can play in the NBA. I truly do. What a great Aztec in just 2 years.
Yeah, it's really been great watching him play this year. Ted, you've been around. You were around Steve Fisher, and I know when you were around Steve Fisher, you thought, I'm probably lucky to be around one of the greatest coaches I've ever been around. And you've been around a lot of them in all sports. But I know Steve Fisher was special. And now Brian Dutcher comes along, and it's in the same, cut from the same cloth, obviously, as Fisher's assistant. But he's got his own ways about him. What has really impressed you about Dutch now as you go through the first 5 or 6 years? And how does he compare to some of the other leaders you've seen go to work over the years?
He's incredibly understated. He is not, he got excited by a couple of calls or non-calls this year, more than I've ever seen him. And there's been calls and non-calls this year more than I've ever seen. And that, again, goes to Ledee, that somehow the officials have decided, strong guy, big biceps, 6'9", 240, and they want to pound on him. Unless it's really egregious, we won't call it. They haven't. It's been outrageous. If it's a foul, it's a foul, whether it's against Trammell at 5'10", and 180, or against Ledee. So I know Dutcher's been aggravated like that. You can see the look on Ledee's face. He never complains, but it's a matter of just pounded, pushed across the paint, and stumbling, being hit so hard. Look at his face of, come on, aren't you going to call that? That's gone on all year. But to answer your question, it wasn't just Steve Fisher, one of the great coaches I got to travel with and call friend, one of the great people in all of sports that I've been in all the markets I've been in. I started basketball at Oklahoma State with Henry Iba, who was so respected, the Olympic coach and all that, that nobody would call him Coach Iba. They thought they needed something higher than that. Everybody, including the school president, called him Mr. Iba. It was Mr. Iba. I got to know him. I got to do games around him. And then I have Steve Fisher for the length of his Aztec career. I mean, I don't know what I ever did to be so lucky, but I am. And you've got Fish and you've got Dutch at 1 and 1A. They've been together. They think together. They think defense. Dutch relates to his players so well, just like Fish did. To have that kind of a transition, and people thought, wow, they're waiting, the trend of coaching waiting, and gee, is that good for the program? It has been unbelievable. Ask UCLA and all these other schools that replace big-time coaches like that, what's gone on since. And to have this with not missing a beat and taking the Aztecs further than they've ever been last year, these two coaches have done, not just built the program, but they've continued it. And that's hard to do.
It is very hard to do. We're talking to Ted Lightner here, Aztecs men's basketball play-by-play man, as well as football, but no one needs to know that. They already know that. We were talking about Brian Dutcher and Fisher in this way, that the Aztecs have had two coaches for a very long time, and it provides stability. But with the program being where it's at now, I want to ask specifically about Lamont Butler and what is his legacy going to be for Aztecs basketball? Because obviously he hit one of the biggest shots in San Diego sports history, but he's also won the Defensive Player of the Year as well. So what are you thinking that we're going to remember about Lamont Butler?
Well, I think whatever you talk about in terms of his intangibles, and there's so many. I mean, this is a down-to-earth kid, and I was in Louisville and going up the elevator with his parents, who I've known since he was here. Wonderful, wonderful people. You would expect that knowing Lamont. And they were talking about NIL, and I asked them about that. And Lamont Sr. said, Ted, we're a family. We don't have a lot of money, but we're just not about money. We're just not about money. We're not his parents, and other children have not been. And Lamont, if Lamont is happy and loves his brothers there, which he really does, then why go someplace for money? Why change for money? They're an amazing family and an amazing player. I don't know. I mean, he went from first team all conference, and not just based on the shot against Mexico and the shot against Florida Atlantic, but he went from a good shooter to absolutely can't shoot all year. I've never seen anything quite like it. Not the three, 54% on free throws. Wow. And if he makes that front end and both of the 1-1, then they beat. The game's over against Boise State. They do not lose that game. Not to put it on him, but it's just uncanny how he's shooting. So he's gone without the shooting from first team to no team this year. And I've never seen an Aztec do that. But he is one of the best, one of the greatest on-ball defenders they have ever had. I think that will be his legacy. And of course, the shot, the greatest single play in Aztec history. He will always be remembered for that. I told Dave Roberts that when he was with the Padres. We were in Chicago for the opening day, and he had flown back to Boston for the opening ceremony for the Red Sox after he'd stolen the base when they were down 3 games to none for the Yankees. They come back and they win their first World Series in 100 years. And I said, Ted, you think I should go back? Is that a bad look to go back to the Red Sox when I'm a Padre? I said, hey, Yastrzemski, Ted Williams, all those guys. You're in that pantheon. Forgive that fancy word, but you're now one of the all-time names for what you did, that one play on that stolen base that started what it started. You should go back. You're a Red Sox for life, whether you're a Padre or anything else. And he went back. I know some Padre players grumbled about it back then, but he did the right thing. I mean, and same thing, Lamont will always be known for that play. Incredible, special moment. And you should be proud of that. Really proud.
Ted Lightner's with us. Ted ran into you the night before the Boise State game, and the thing we kind of got to talking about was how lucky you have been, and you have certainly taken every bit of it with grace, but just to call such a tremendous run last year and to be part of such an exciting program, a successful program. I mean, you have waited as long as anybody to be around a winning team consistently, right? I mean, Padres baseball, Aztecs football, we've talked about it, but this is a great moment in your life. I mean, you're at the nearer the end of your career than you are the beginning. I imagine for you, it's really special. I don't think there's a game that goes by that you probably don't say, man, I feel like one of the luckiest broadcasters out there.
I do. I always have. I remember doing a Charger game on radio with Hank Bauer. We were in Kansas City, and the Chargers were down 3 touchdowns going into the fourth quarter. We saw Dean Spanos' private plane fly over the stadium in Kansas City in the middle of the fourth going home. That's not true. I said, hey, there goes was all right. Sure, we'd come out with Dean and Susie, and here they go. I thought, well, I guess we're going back to the charter, eh? Yeah. And later on in that meeting, we went to a commercial break, and I said to Hank, God, I loved it. He looked at me like, what are you, stupid? They're down 3 touchdowns. No, it's not the score. And play-by-play guys, Chris will tell you that. Play-by-play guys love what they do. So to be able to do that, and a lot of losses with Padres and Aztec football, basketball way back in the 80s and 90s. But what I've had the last 10, 15 years in football and basketball and double-digit football wins and bowl games, and just run by the basketball, not just the wins, but the kind of kids they get. Old school guys. We defend, we work, we're brothers, we have each other's back. Old school. It's such a pleasure to be around them as I have been. I consider myself, I don't want to sound Bill Lou Garrett here, but I really have been a very, very lucky guy. So incredibly lucky. And it's not so much about the idea that I'm at the end of my career. It's more, I'm more worried about being at the end of my life.
Ted.
You start writing those big numbers, and it's not, hey, how many more games can I do? No, it's
age is just a number.
Everything can I do? Yeah.
Well, Ted, you said you're lucky, one of the luckier guys, and I think anybody who's listened to you over the years, going back to watching your telecasts and sportscasts on Channel 8, which, by the way, are still the most amazing sportscasts anybody's ever done, doing it without a script. But you were all lucky in San Diego and have been lucky for so many years to have a voice to carry us through all of these glorious times. Have a great trip to Las Vegas. I'm here. I mean, the women are still here. It's, a little surprising. So, hopefully I'll run into you here at the hotel before we film tomorrow.
It's a deal, and not just the Aztec women are still here. I mean, they beat San Jose State. They upset the number 2 seed New Mexico. They beat Boise State yesterday, and now they have the team with a home court advantage. Wait a minute, the Aztec men have a team they have to play with a home court advantage. As we say, only in the West. Women and Stacey, I'm so happy for her. She's a wonderful person and a wonderful coach. I'm so glad women are where they are.
Yeah, she is. They're enjoying every minute, and they'll be looking to pull off a major upset tonight, and then the Aztecs will take on UNLV tomorrow with Ted Lightner on the call. Ted, thanks for making some time for us today, and I look forward to catching up with you as soon as we can.
Thanks, boys. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it very, very much.
Always the best. Catch up with Uncle Teddy, Ted Lightner there, as he and the Aztec basketball team get ready to join me here in Las Vegas. They are not going to town until a little later this evening, Skraby, which I will say surprises me somewhat. Normally for a 30 game tomorrow afternoon, I would expect that they would come in, in the early afternoon today. But Ted was explaining to you and I that the Mountain West Conference is in charge of the Aztec travel plans for this tournament.
Yeah.
And since the Aztecs did not secure a first round bye until the very last game of the season, the Mountain West Conference waited too long to make their travel arrangements. So the only way they can get here is in 3 separate flights this afternoon. What kind of deal is that?
That's not a great deal. What are we?
No.
What are we, like a little league team?
No kidding, man. It's the Mountain West Championship. Do it upright.
Do it upright. And I mean, if there's any time for a charter, I know Vegas is close, but I think to a tournament you should be able to charter.
Yeah, they should have chartered. But anyway, the Aztecs will be in town later tonight. The Aztec women tonight will take on UNLV for the chip. And we're coming back with more Gwynn and Chris. Chris versus the fans. Dial in if you want to play a little trivia. 833-288-0973. And you too could be going to Las Vegas. Woo! Hey, hi, and how are you? And welcome back into Gwynn and Chris. 4:01 is the time. Chris, hello, Matt Skraby today on San Diego's #1 sports talk station. Don't forget our apprentice, Nick DiNucci, in studio, learning the ropes from Mr. Skraby. So
He's asking a lot of questions, which is good. He's writing down the answers, which is really good.
yeah, it's all really good if you're giving him the correct answers to write down.
To our show, yes, I am. The rest of the shows, I don't know.
Yeah, but as long as you're giving him the correct stuff to write down, that is a very good thing for sure. Tony Gwynn Jr. is in Peoria, where the Padres game has been crazy today, Scrape.
It really has.
Against the Oakland A's.
Calm down
Padres
slightly.
are still ahead 12-9 in the ninth inning. Tyler Wade hit a grand slam for the Padres today. Manny Machado had a big day for the Pods, 3 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Jurickson Profar was also 3 for 3 with 4 RBIs, but had to leave the game with an apparent injury after he went down rounding first base.
I have some more information from our great listener, Stewie Sloan. He sent Profar thing.
What's Stewie got?
Profar thing was not good looking. Ankle looked in a lot of pain. So that's like the last thing you want to do before you get on the plane.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, that's the absolute last thing you want is an injured ankle when you get on a plane. Because we all know that your ankles blow up just on their own when you're on a plane.
Yes, they swell.
It's not a good thing. And yes, they do. And he's going to be on there for 13 and a half hours. Profar homered today, his first of the spring. And before leaving the game, Joe Musgrove started for the Padres. Joe pitched well.
He did.
So that was a good thing. 4 1/3 innings. He allowed 2 hits, 1 run, and struck out 5. But tough day for Luis Patino. He gave up 4. Adrian Morejon gave up 4 and 6 hits in just 2/3 of an inning. So it was not a good day for Adrian.
Nope.
A's have just scored another run in the 9th inning. It's now 12-10. So the Padres are going into their Korea trip off a wild game in spring training today. The Mountain West Conference men's basketball tournament underway today. Fresno State, the 9 seed, beat Wyoming, the 8 seed, 77-72. And Colorado State, the 7 seed, knocked off San Jose State, 72-62. Later on, New Mexico will take on Air Force. Of course, tomorrow the Aztecs play UNLV. In the 4-5 game at 2:30 in the afternoon. You and I will be doing a radio show at that time tomorrow, Scrab.
Are you going to be able to do the radio show without being
I know.
crazy?
It's difficult for me to do without being crazy. You know, it's only the first game of the Mountain West Conference tournament, so this isn't like the Sweet 16.
Okay.
I should be able to maintain composure.
I would hope so.
Tomorrow.
I would hope so.
But if I were you, don't miss the show tomorrow because I might get a little, crazy. Somebody makes a bad call somewhere, I might lose my cool.
It's also St. Patrick's Day.
It is St. Patrick's Day tomorrow.
Yeah, my lucky is turning 2. I get so
Lucky
sad.
is going to be he's extra lucky on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Is that his birthday?
No, he's
Is that
born.
why?
He's born anywhere between February 15th and March 30th. So I just chose St. Patrick's Day. Make it easy.
Yeah, you can choose whatever day you want. Then
Yeah. So he's going to be
not like he can tell you that you're wrong.
Well, I don't want to give him an identity problem because what if the astrology was all messed up on his birthday and then so he's identifying as an Aries and he's actually a Sagittarius or something? Nothing, huh? Nothing on that.
You've absolutely lost me. I'm not crazy.
Okay.
Why don't you read the prize today for participating in our daily game show, Chris versus the Fans?
Well, you will be qualified for our grand prize, a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, and dinner for 2. Immerse yourself in timeless elegance at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau, Las Vegas is built upon more than 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Book now at FontainebleauLasVegas.com. Also, you will win a pair of tickets to see the SD Legion home opener against Rugby FC Los Angeles on Saturday, March 16th. Grab tickets now at sdlegion.com. Phone lines are lit, so here we go.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
Howdy do.
now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
Wait, hold on, Chris. I made a mistake. Apparently, St. Patrick's Day is on Sunday. Wait, I thought St. Patrick's Day was March 14th.
You did?
I thought it was just
You
always
honestly
March
thought St.
14th.
Patrick's- I thought you just messed up your calendar.
Oh no,
St.
no.
Patrick's Day has been on March 17th forever.
Oh, okay. Well, then Lucky's birthday is on March 17th. The reason I got confused, we have a St. Patrick's Day work party tomorrow. That's why I just assumed it was St. Patrick's Day. I'm not a drinker anymore, so I don't really care when it falls on. I just thought we were having it on the same day. Wow. Okay.
No, March 17th is St. Patrick's Day. Are you aware of the date for Christmas?
I believe it's December 23rd.
That doesn't change either.
Oh.
Okay, perfect. You're good to go.
You know what?
What a disaster you are.
First, on the chat, I'm getting, yes, it's the 17th. I'm sorry, I don't drink anymore. If I was a drinker, I would definitely know this, okay? I was a green beer guy for a long time.
I don't drink at all, and I always knew when St. Patrick's Day was. So I don't think drinking or non-drinking should have anything to do with it. Just general life knowledge should get you through this one.
You know, one of the listeners told me over the weekend, a couple weeks ago actually, that whenever things go wrong for me, I can't blame someone fast enough, which is I blame the engineering staff for scheduling the St. Patrick's Day party on Thursday. So it's not my fault, it's their fault.
No, never be your fault.
Okay.
All right. Did you explain the rules for today's
No,
game?
I'm just getting crushed on the chat for that, but oh well. I made it right. I made it right. I made it right.
It's not the worst thing you've ever said. I mean, come on, it's a mistake that anybody could make.
Yes. All right, here we go. You're going to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know. Let us know, and you'll get the first question for free today. One more thing about this St. Patrick's Day. Isn't it always on a weekday, I thought?
No. It's always on March 17th.
Swore. Oh, man. I'm way off. All right, let's go to the
I believe
phones.
you're having this much trouble with this.
I can't either, Chris. Let's go to the phones. We're going to go to Ron in Mission Hills. Maybe. Ron, are you there?
I am, and I'm not a first-time player. I just wanted to say that.
Nice. Thank you very much for saying that, Ron. He is not a first-time player. Here we go. Question number 1. All right. Let's see. Where is the Mountain West basketball tournament located?
Las Vegas. I wish it was open.
I wish I was kind of going too. Oh, I think those things are kind of fun. You got that one right, Ron?
It's a lot of fun.
Here we go. Question number 2. What St. Louis Cardinals player had a decade-tying 8 All-Star selections in the 2010s? Say that one more. Yeah, baseball player. St. Louis Cardinal player that had a decade-tying 8 All-Star selections of 2010s.
He's a catcher. The catcher.
Do you have a name?
Oh. No.
No. Chris?
Yes.
Do you know the answer?
Well, I was going to go with Albert Pujols until he said that. Now I'll change my mind and try Yadier Molina.
Dang it. Sorry, Ron. Yeah, Yadier Molina.
Sorry, Ron. Yeah, Yadier Molina. He only had 8?
He had 8 of the in 2010.
I know, but that means he didn't make it 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, when did he start his career? Let me see.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know the exact timeline.
He played a long time. A long time. I'm looking real quick to see when he started his career. Well, he did start at 2 before, so never mind. That is kind of crazy. He didn't make it in 2016 and didn't make it in 2019. Anyway.
Okay.
All right, let's go to our next contestant. This person just popped up on the line a few minutes ago. But since we're talking about St. Patrick, let's go to Patrick in San Diego. What's up, Patrick?
Yo, guys, what's happening?
Not too much. Did you know that St. Patrick's Day was always on March 17th?
I did. I mean, my name's Patrick Franklin, so you know.
So you have to know. It's just it's a lot.
No,
Right.
no, Skraby. Everybody knows that. You're not going to find any support on
No,
this.
Dan,
Don't
Dan,
ask.
Dan on the chat said St. Patrick's Day always thought was October 12th. So there you go.
October 12th.
Yeah, he's joking. All right, Patrick, here we go. Question number 1. Who is the only player to have started all 31 Aztecs men's basketball games this season? Ladie. Stay there, Patrick. Stay there.
I think Ladie did miss the game. Yeah. I'm going to go with Lamont Butler.
Sorry, Patrick.
Oh, sorry,
It
St.
was
Patrick.
Ladie. He missed the game, and was he sick?
Yeah, it was something that he missed one game. I don't remember.
I think it was
exactly
like
what
illness or something like that.
happened. I recall that. Yeah.
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Sorry about that, Patrick. Let's go to Eric. Eric, how are you?
Hey, how are we doing this afternoon, fellas?
Pretty
You're
good.
good, Eric.
Pretty good. Are you ready to go, Eric? Are you ready to play and beat Chris?
Yeah, let's hope Chris has no Vegas luck.
Oh,
Well, let's actually hope he has Vegas luck because that usually means unlucky.
unlucky. Okay, I like it. I like the reverse. Sorry, I just clicked the button for no reason. I like the reverse psychology. Here we go, Eric. Question number 1. Who did the Aztecs women's team defeat last night to make it to the championship? Boise State is correct. Nice job. Oh, I know this, Eric. This is the playa, Eric. I know. You've won a couple times in the last few weeks, haven't you?
Correct.
Yes.
I try to do my research. I try to look at things and, try to stay up to date now. I'm trying.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you for trying.
Yeah, I've actually.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that Eric is so good. I'm going to go ahead and just leave the room for a while.
Oh,
That's
okay.
how good this guy is.
All right. Go take out the trash in your room, Chris. Well,
I already did that,
Oh,
Scrape. I already did that.
If you missed it, Chris has been piling trash in the corner of his room since Sunday or Saturday. Sorry. All right. Question number 2. Before Miguel Cabrera completed the Triple Crown in 2012, which player was the last to do it in 1967?
Oh, this date's a little far back for me. 1967.
Yes. Correct.
Chris already knows what the answer to. It's sitting right there for him.
Well, he was 50 years old in 1967. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, George Brett. I don't know. I can't even come up with anything.
Brett. No problem. No problem, Eric. Stay right there. Let's see if Chris actually knows this one.
Yeah, Chris actually does know this one. It was the great Carl Yastrzemski for the Boston Red Sox. The magic season of 1967. They called it the Impossible Dreams, baby.
Wow. That is correct.
Yeah. Sorry, Eric.
Sorry,
You are
Eric.
still, nonetheless, a very, very good player. But not
Hold
so
on.
much.
I don't want to miss any news, but I don't know if someone on the chat is trying to fake me out. But they said the Padres are still in C, so I find that very hard to believe. So we're going to have to look at this real quick because that would be massive.
You're right now?
Oh, my God. It is true, Chris. Jeff
Is it
Passan, I'm making sure it's true. Jeff Passan, 1.1 million followers. It's him. Breaking. San Diego Padres are finalizing a trade to acquire right-handed Jordan Cease from those Chicago White Sox. This is all looking good.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. I did not think this was going to happen.
Well, there you go. See, we've been all worried about the Padres doing something big before the season started, and guess what? They just did something big.
That's more than big. We don't have any information on this, but this is
We have
just
no
2 minutes.
details yet.
No, this was tweeted out 2 minutes ago by Jeff Passan.
Okay. Well, what everybody wants to know right now is who do the Padres have to get rid of to get Dylan Cease?
Yeah, they don't have that yet, but let me look and see if Kevin Acey has it yet, because if Jeff Passan has it, I'm sorry, we just kind of gave up on the game because this is pretty big news. Nothing from Acey, but we'll try to get.
All right, not yet. We'll have it. Just don't go anywhere. We'll have it in moments. I'm sure as soon as it comes in, we'll have it for you. But I've been hearing his name bounding around here for the last 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And obviously the Padres are gonna, go for a big hit here. Don't think, Dylan Cease. Now this is a guy that finished second in the Cy Young balloting 2 years ago.
Yes, 2 years ago.
But he was nowhere near that good last year.
No, he
So
wasn't.
they have to hope that he has to return to form a little bit, but it's a definite legit starting pitcher to add to this rotation. I mean, you talk about having Darvish and Musgrove and now Dylan Cease. You've got 3 big dogs in this rotation. And, that also, depending on who they had to trade, gives you a lot more depth underneath that. I mean, Michael King could go all the way to the number 4 spot now.
Yes.
And then you've got any number of guys to be your number 5 guy. So
I can't.
Let's just wait and see who they had to trade.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, we will keep an eye on this. We'll try to get some more. I'm so not believing
take a break
it.
and then come back.
Oh my gosh,
You're still not believing it?
No, I believe it now because all of the real news sources are coming out. But this is pretty surprising. I didn't think that they were going to acquire anyone of this caliber. But let's take a break and let's let's try.
Yeah, let's sort it out.
Let's
sort it out a little bit.
One thing I want to thank Steven on X, who's watching us, who notified me to this. So thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Steven. We appreciate that. I mean, we're in the middle of our game, so we weren't checking the Twitter, minute by minute there.
Game,
but
I think it's over.
Steve. Thank you very much. You think it's over?
Yeah, I mean,
we'll decide. We'll figure it out. Everybody's online. Stay there. We can always take some more contestants in the next segment, or we'll talk more about Dylan Cease.
Okay, sounds good.
If we have any more news, we'll pass it along to you. First, we'll check traffic. Don't go anywhere. Breaking story, Dylan Cease, now a Padre. Gwynn and Chris now taking a short timeout.
From the
All right. We are back on Gwynn Chris. You know, you come for the entertainment, you stay for the breaking news. And we just had a big one come down no more than 3 minutes ago. If you're just tuning into the program, Chris Ello here in Las Vegas, Matt Skraby in the Odyssey Palace Studios in San Diego. And apparently coming to San Diego to join the Padres will be former White Sox right-hander Dylan Cease. Jeff Passan reported it first, but he only reported it no more than 4 or 5 minutes ago. Dennis Lin from The Athletic has said that the Padres are indeed closing in on a trade for Dylan Cease. Multiple notable prospects expected to go back to the White Sox. And that is all we know. And I mean, that's the first question you're going to have right now is who did we have to give up in order to get Dylan Cease? But
we
don't know
really
that yet
until they make it official. I mean,
yeah, it might be. It could be in the next 10 minutes. It could be in the next couple of hours. But this is going to be very intriguing indeed to find out who the Padres had to give up. But what they got is a guy that, and you got the numbers there in front of you, Skraby. He had an unbelievable season in 2022 when he finished second in the American League Cy Young voting, but he wasn't as good last year. Got to be honest about that.
Yeah, he
did not have a great season last year. But give us some of the numbers, Skraby, from 2 years ago and then last year.
Sure. I think, another thing about him that I don't really like is that he's a Scott Boras guy, so that's going to be just pain down the road. But
you don't like that.
He's in his second year of arbitration this year. He's only making $8 million, according to Spotrac. And then next year, he's as last year. So they got 2 years of control over him. But last year, he started 33 games, 177 innings. He struck out 214. His ERA was 4.58. Gave up 90 earned runs. But he also had a pretty bad team that last year. The White Sox were hard to figure out. 2022, though.
Hard to gauge.
Hard to gauge. That's a better word. 32 games started in 2022. He gave up half the earned runs, only 45, struck out 227 in an ERA of 2.2 with a whip of 1.109. So in the last 3 seasons, Chris, he has struck out over 200 batters in each of the last 3.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a strikeout, a wipeout pitcher for sure. And, you talk about those strikeout numbers. Every year he has far more strikeouts than he has innings pitched. That 2.20 ERA from 2 years ago, to give you an idea how low that is, right?
Yeah.
It's like a half a run lower than Blake Snell's ERA was last year. That's how good Dylan Cease was 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, he was very good.
So, I mean, he was practically unhittable 2 years ago. And you might recall, Skraby, that prior to the 2022 season, when you and I and Tony Gwynn Jr. were sitting around Peoria doing our preseason picks and predictions, I predicted that Dylan Cease would be the American League Central Cy Young Award winner that year. You remember that?
I do remember that, yeah. This was kind of the first time he got on the map.
I was on top of it. Yeah, right. I didn't really know who he was until, a little bit before that 2022 season started, and I heard people talking about this guy, Dylan Cease, and he's going to be the next big thing. So, I went out on it was a bit of a limb at the time. I said, oh, yeah, he'll be the Cy Young Award winner. And I think both you and Tony, but you for sure said, who is that? Like, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
And he ended up clearly being, the division Cy Young Award winner that year. So, this is a big time arm that the Padres are getting. And as we discussed, I mean, you slot him in there with Darvish and Musgrove and Cease, you now have a big 3 for sure. And then the other thing is you've got, Michael King in your 4 spot. So, that's 4 guys that you feel very confident in. And when you're talking about the 5th spot, I mean, Matt Waldron, right? Johnny Brito, Randy Vasquez. I'm probably leaving somebody out there, but I mean, there's plenty of guys now that you could pick for that number 5 spot. And if any of those guys struggle, Pedro Avila was the other one. But you've got, depth. You can go down to your minor leagues or wherever it is and bring somebody up who you can trust to pitch a couple of ball games for you. So, To me, what AJ Preller is doing here on this trade, first of all, let's be honest. AJ Preller, no matter whatever happens, no matter if the Padres are spending a lot of money or if the Padres are spending less money or they're increasing their payroll or they're watching their wallet, AJ Preller loves big, shiny objects.
Yes, he does.
He always has, he always does, and he always will. He loves big, shiny objects. And you know that it's been killing him this offseason to not be able to acquire a shiny object from anywhere. And I think that part of that is the reason that a lot of Padre fans have been, wondering what's going on, because they know, as we know, that AJ Preller always has to have big name guys on his roster. I mean, this is a guy that brought in Matt Kemp, Justin Upton, James Shields, you name it, he brought him in. Remember that year?
I do, yeah.
And it didn't work out.
No, it didn't.
And then they tore that down, and then they came back and brought in more shiny objects. And the Padres were never going to get Manny Machado, right?
Yeah.
There was no hope for them to get Manny Machado. AJ Preller got Manny Machado. There was certainly no way they were going to get Juan Soto. AJ Preller got Juan Soto. He loves big, shiny objects. And I think, for him, he'll be able to sleep a little better at night. And, to get Dylan Cease, he's trading to his strength. And, so on the surface, I like that. It's hard to totally comment on this trade 100%.
I know, we don't know.
Because we don't know what they're giving up. But just reacting to what they're getting, they're taking a pitching staff that looked pretty good coming into the season, and they're making it a whole lot better.
All right, so let's do this then before we go to break. And I'm sorry to everyone who's staying online for the game, but I think now that we've found out this is real, the game has passed us by. But I will be giving away the Legion tickets in the 5 o'clock hour once Chris is heading towards the arena. So who do you think, Chris, is okay, we're not even considering Jackson Merrill as a part of this, right? Not even considering.
What, that he would be the guy that they traded?
Yes, I'm just saying it just to get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way.
Okay. Now
he's not even a prospect anymore, right?
That's true. That's true. But he's still not a major leaguer. He technically is not a major leaguer. Anyway, I don't think he's going anywhere. Drew Thorpe is someone I'm seeing a lot around Twitter right now and X and different postings as someone that could possibly go back. I mean, that could be it. But he pitched really well yesterday, so he showcased himself well.
I don't want to even guess. I mean, it's really silly, right? We can sit here and say, well, I don't like that they're giving up Drew Thorpe. We don't know that they gave up Drew Thorpe. So let's just wait and see who the prospects are. Let's wait and see what the names are. It's fun in this Twitter age to guess. Drew Thorpe has to be one of the guys going back. I don't know that the Padres would be in a big hurry to give up Drew Thorpe. So, let's just wait and see who it is before we try and, figure it out. I do know that Tony Gwynn Jr. Just sent you and I a text.
Oh, yeah, what did he
from
say?
Peoria with his reaction. Do you want to know what his reaction was?
Yeah, I don't think he texted me, but go for it.
Well, I'm pretty sure I got it here.
Okay.
Oh, no, he didn't. It was somebody else.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It was somebody else. It popped up on my phone. It said LFGSD.
Oh, that's our fantasy baseball group that's all
Oh,
excited
it's those
about
guys
it.
again.
Yes,
It's those guys again.
Yes.
Busting in on my program.
I told Tony, though, I asked him if he had any reaction. He's going to try to get something back to us if he can before he gets on this plane to Korea.
All right. Well, we got to take a little break here. Sorry again about Chris versus the fans, but breaking news is breaking news, and it was important that we hit on that. And again, thanks to our loyal listeners out there for keeping tabs on things while we're in the middle of our game to make sure that we were aware of the information.
That's huge.
We're going to have to say that today's Big Five is actually going to be stories 2 through 6, because the big story of the day just happened.
Yes. Yes.
Dylan Cease is a Padre, but we'll find out what else is big in the world of sports when we come back. And if anything happens and we do find out who the prospects are going back. We'll let you know immediately as Gwynn and Chris continues.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
All right, welcome back to the program. Priscilla, Matt, Skraby in San Diego. I'm in Las Vegas. And if you're just tuning into the program and you're a Padres fan, this is the easiest line of the day, Skraby. You can now cease worrying about the Padres getting themselves a big name player.
I do like
that. It was so easy that it deserved a rim shot. Padres have acquired Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox. News that just came down no more than 10 minutes ago. And we appreciate you being tuned in so that you would be among the first to have that knowledge as we're able to pass it along to you. Dylan Cease, Jeff Passan reported it shortly after about 4:13, maybe I would say.
It was actually 4:13, I believe he tweeted.
4:13 is the actual time.
Yes.
Okay. But the Padres do have Dylan Cease now. The question that everybody wants to know, who did they have to get rid of in order to get Dylan Cease? And we don't know the answer to that.
We do not.
Everybody is guessing on Twitter who it might be. And that's just a waste of your time. So, you go ahead and guess and have some fun, but let's just wait until we find out who it is. It's going to be prospects. Dennis Lynn reported that much. So I don't think you have to worry about Jackson Merrill going anywhere.
Yeah.
You may have to worry about somebody like a Drew Thorpe. You may have to worry about somebody like a Robbie Snelling. I'm not sure. I don't know. You can worry about whoever you want to worry about. But until we know who the Padres are giving up, it's a little difficult to rate this. But I will say this, Skraby, just judging by the reaction that we're getting in the chat room and on our phones, my phone, your phone, everybody, people are pretty darn excited about this news here in San Diego. I mean, it's as if we've been waiting for something like this to happen.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's really I didn't honestly think that we were going to see anything big happen until maybe middle of the season, just because of how things have been going. And it just didn't seem like it was looking like they were going to do something like that.
Well, you never can give up on AJ Preller. You can't. I mean, he's always out there looking for the next big thing, and he's looking for a way to find the next big thing. And you can put some restraints on him, right?
Yes.
Don't let him spend as much money as he did last year, and he'll still figure out a way to get somebody and make a big splash. So,
I think
this isn't the first time he's done this.
No, and I think we need to reset the fact that he is under control for the next 2 seasons. Because on the chat, I'm getting some people that are like, well, "Why would we trade some of the prospects and for this guy who's going to be gone in a couple years, or he's going to be doing the free agent thing in a couple years?" Well, he is going to be on the team for 2024. He is going to be on the team in 2025, and then you can worry about it after that.
Well, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to enjoy what we've got right now. Apparently, the Texas Rangers were in the running along with the Padres to acquire Dylan Cease. This is according to a story that just came in The Athletic by Dennis Lynn. The Padres agreed to part with and here's his wording, a steep package of young talent. And that is according to Major League sources who were briefed on the discussion. The return is not yet known, but the trade, first reported by ESPN's Jeff Passan, will amount to the latest stunning move by Padres president of baseball operations, AJ Preller. So that is about as up to date as we can give you. Now, here's the only negative here. I have to go at the top of the hour.
Yes.
But the good news for all of you is Skraby's not going anywhere. He's going to be here from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
To 7.
He's also going to be here from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock with the Skraby Chronicles. And we are going to open up the phones to you Padre fans at 833-288-0973. So if you have any comments or any thoughts, or if you're excited or you're disappointed or you're frustrated or whatever it is, give us a call, and we'll be happy to chit-chat with you on this latest bit of big news from the pod. I'm trying to think, didn't they make a similar trade at about this time within the last year or two? and you know how things just kind of run together, Skraby. But this is not the first time that the Padres have gone into spring training and then add somebody huge.
Well, they did add. I mean, I don't know how big it is, but Sean Manaea they added last year or 2 years ago. I mean,
2 years ago, yeah. Last year they had Michael Walker, but that was a free agent signing. They added him after spring training started.
The chat is going wild with. Some people are very excited. Some people are very nervous. Some people are not believing it altogether. I think we have to find out what they gave away first before
we definitely
do. Because
we definitely do.
We
definitely have to find out what they gave away. You can't rate this trade.
Here's Brandon on the YouTube chat, but he says, "But Skraby, who's to say they don't flip him next year like they did Soto? The James Wood 8 trade will haunt us for years." Number one, James Wood has not made his debut that I know of yet, so I don't understand how we could say he's going to haunt us for years. But number two, CJ Abrams didn't really have a spot in the team anymore. They need to trade him because there were so many people in the infield to begin with.
Well, don't also, and I'm not saying that James Wood might really amount to something. I know he's been mashing some balls this spring.
He has,
and I know that CJ Abrams, started to come into his own. The Padres did not get nothing for CJ Abrams and James Wood in that trade. Okay, the first thing they got was a year and a half of Juan Soto, which included Soto helping them reach the National League Championship Series.
Good point.
So that's part of it. The second part of what they got in that trade was Michael King and Johnny Brito and Randy Vasquez and Drew Thorpe and Kyle Higashioka. Because remember, all of those guys ended up coming here in the trade from Juan Soto to New York. Those are guys that would not be here if the Padres didn't originally have Juan Soto. So I understand that there are people who think that the Padres got fleeced by the Nationals because we don't have Juan Soto anymore, and they still have CJ Abrams, and they still have James Wood, and they still have Mackenzie Gore, and et cetera, et cetera. But it's not like the Padres have nothing in return for that.
Absolutely not.
So make sure you keep that in mind. You may like the Washington side better. You may like the Padres side better. You may like the Yankees side better than both of those. But if you're going to be factual, if you're going to come on and you're going to say, hey, we flipped Juan Soto, and now we're without CJ Abrams and James Wood. Well, you are without those guys, but you do have a bunch of guys that are here. So, it's interesting. People react only to the biggest names in the trade.
It's true.
But it's the whole trade that you have to look at. It's really, I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place here, Skraby, because I really want to, be excited by this acquisition of Dylan Cease. But until I know what they had to give up, I need to temper my comments. And I also have to be concerned because Dylan Cease really wasn't that good last year. So what happened between 2022 and 2023? And,
I'm just going to chalk it up to the White Sox were terrible last year.
And I'm not good in 2022 either, though.
No, but I'm looking at those 3 years, his last 3 years where he's kind of put himself on the map. And he has started 32 or more games in all 3 years. He's struck out over 200 batters in all 3 years. His ERA in 21 was 3.91. I feel like last year was just a tough year. And he's only 28 years old. So everybody out there is saying that he's going to be washed in a few years. He's only 28. He's only been in the league for 4 years, it says on Spot Track.
The one thing I knew about Dylan Cease, Skraby,
yes,
he replaces Matt Carpenter on the team as a guy who has a standout mustache.
He does have a pretty good mustache, I will say. I got to say.
I don't know if you like it or not, but it's a standout mustache, right?
It's very standout.
Yes, it is. So that is something we will have again this year. And hopefully this mustachioed player will do far better than the last one did here in San Diego. But I don't know. I think if you were disappointed, if you were heartbroken, if you were distraught when Juan Soto was traded, you know what? This is a big name coming back the other way.
It is.
So you should be excited about it, at least for the moment. There's never any guarantee in any trade. I don't care who or what it is. But for now, I think most of the Padre fans have been dying to get somebody on this roster with a big name. They just got one. So let's be happy about that for a moment.
Yes. It's really funny. This whole reaction to breaking news is that, we personally, you and I can't really do anything until we know, as you've said, but we're getting like, oh, these guys don't know what they're talking about. Like, we do, but we don't know what in the world they gave up. So if they give up Fernando Tatis Jr., then I'm probably going to say the trade was a mistake. But we just don't.
With all due respect to our great chat people,
yes.
How is it that we don't know what we're talking about? What information do they want? They want to know who was traded for?
No, they say Chris. Should I just read it, Chris?
Why not?
Because Chris sounds dumb right now. Cease just struck out 7 in 3 innings the other day. Ha!
So how do I sound dumb?
I don't know. Everybody. This is what we deal with on the chat from time to time.
How do I sound dumb? I think he's a really good pitcher.
You said he was terrible and he struck out 7 in a spring training game that didn't even matter.
I didn't say he was terrible. I said he had a pretty bad year last year. I don't think you can argue that.
Side note,
statistics will back that up.
Cactus Man said I just backed into a parking spot and I'm proud of myself. We do have one phone call, Chris, or we have a couple phone calls actually, and let's get started with Brandon, and then we'll see where we're at, and then I'll take more phone calls next hour. But Brandon and El Cajon, you are on.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Hi,
What's
Brandon.
up? What's on your mind?
Hey, I anytime I hear that AJ Preller made some big move, I think, okay, the Padres just got hosed down again. He's gotten just fleeced in pretty much everything he's done. I think by the time he leaves this team, it's going to be, you're going to have a bunch of players getting paid a big money to be out of baseball. It's just, I liked it a lot better when they were letting the young guys play. And AJ Preller was not heard from at all. So I don't know. Maybe it'll turn out good, but it'll probably turn out like the Soto deal and the Aaron Note, the Noah trade. He should have been fired years ago.
Okay.
Thank you for your opinion.
I don't think you're alone. I don't
No.
think you're alone in that thinking, Brandon. There are people that don't like AJ Preller. Again, I don't want to go back through the Soto trade again, but you ended up getting within a couple of games of the World Series after you acquired Juan Soto. I don't know that you can say that was the sole reason why, but it certainly didn't hurt to have him on that roster in 2022. So to say that you got completely fleeced in that trade, again, we have to wait to see what Michael King and Drew Thorpe and Johnny Brito and Randy Vasquez do.
Yeah, we do.
If those guys wind up being the soul of your rotation for the next 6 or 7 years, the Juan Soto trade from Washington and back him to New York could turn out to be a tremendous trade. The Austin Nola trade from Seattle basically sucked. But how about the Jake Cronenworth deal that we got from Tampa Bay? How about Blake Snell from Tampa Bay? To say that every trade that AJ Preller has ever made, he gets fleeced, just isn't accurate.
No,
it's just not accurate. You can always find something to fit your narrative and find a trade that didn't work. But if you can find one that didn't work, I can probably find one that did. And, until the Padres win the World Series, and that is the only way it will ever happen, there will be those who question AJ Preller and his abilities. But I will tell you that nobody can win the big one. As a coach, player, or general manager, nobody can win the big one until they've won the big one. And that's just the way it goes in sports. That's just how it is. Dan Marino couldn't win the big one. to this point, Brock Purdy can't win the big one.
What? Leave Brock out of this.
All right, I know.
Leave Brock out of this. The guy just got married over the weekend. Come on.
But my point, you get my point. You know, if you don't win the big one, you can't win the big one.
No,
That's just how we do it in sports. That's just how we do it. So
it's true.
I think Brandon is obviously an AJ Preller hater, and he's not alone.
He's not because in the chat, I'm seeing some people saying that they just don't trust AJ and they think that he's going to get fleeced. But you can't get fleeced if you don't try. Isn't that right, Chris?
I think that's a fair statement, Greg. I think that's fair.
All right. Thank you. Man, the reaction is coming in fast and furious right now. So I basically have the rest of my night planned out, Chris.
All right. I'm going to head on over to Thomas and Mack Arena. The Aztec women, they are going to pull off a stunner, just like the Padres just pulled off a stunner in acquiring Dylan Cease. I'll be back in studio with you tomorrow, Skraby. But you out there, don't go anywhere. Padres conversation continues. Phone calls continue with Mr. Skraby all the way until 7 o'clock. So enjoy that. Good job today, Skraby, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Too. All right. Not congrats, but can't wait for that championship call.
I'll make it.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow, Chris.
Yep.
All right. With that, more Dylan Cease and the Padres conversation next on 97.3 The Fan. Wow. Back here on the Padres flagship, 97.3 The Fan, Gwynn and Chris. I am Skraby, and things have taken a big old turn here in the last hour or so. And if you haven't heard, if you're just getting into your car, the Padres have acquired Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox, according to John Morosi and Jeff Passan. And we finally do have some sort of indication as to the return on this. And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to bring on our guy Sammy Levit here in just a second because he is waiting on hold. So Sam, stay right there. But the John Morosi, reporter for MLB Network and MLB, or just MLB, source Drew Thorpe and Jairo Iriarte are heading to the White Sox in the Dylan Cease trade. So it appears, as of right now, only two players are going. The number 5 prospect for the Padres and Drew Thorpe, and the number 8 in Iriarte. So I'm already seeing some positive reviews on the chat, but let me get Sam Levit on the line right now because he's out there in Peoria. I'm assuming, Sam, thank you for joining us so quickly, but I'm assuming people got a little bit more energy there in the last couple of minutes when this was all announced.
Yes, Gravy. It's quite the scene here. Just to set the scene, I mean, we were in the process, really everyone was, of walking over from Peoria Stadium back to the complex after today's game against the Oakland A's was over. And as we were doing that, and as we were waiting for Mike Schilt to make his post-game remarks, this news came down. This report came down from Jeff Passan, and just so you kind of can visualize what's going on, the Padres, along with assorted members of the traveling party going to Korea, that's front office members, that's family members of players, they're gathering here at the complex right now. Many on the back patio, just eating, talking. Everything looks relatively normal. I've not seen either Drew Thorpe or Jairo Iriarte, who now, like you said, have been reported to be part of this trade. We'll see if that's the full package. But I got to admit, it's an interesting and almost kind of a surreal scene here as a major trade goes down, and we've witnessed here in the last half hour, just like everybody else, everybody here waiting to see what was happening, what the return was, and I'm sure I have not spoken to any of these players yet about it, but I'm sure some of these players wondering if they're going the other way. So when you put it in the context of this team literally leaving for Korea from Peoria in a few hours, in this trade going down right now, I mean, quite the scene. And to this point, I have no idea, when this actually gets finalized, what it means for Dylan Cease in Korea and all of it. But I'll admit, just kind of being here right now, it's surreal. It's very interesting right now as we watch the team find out in real time.
That is very interesting. And so, Sam, the return, according to John Morosi, as we've talked about, is Drew Thorpe and Jairo Iriarte. What are your thoughts on, I mean, Drew Thorpe, you just literally interviewed him yesterday about how great he was doing in spring training. So it is kind of a bummer to see him go. But what are your thoughts on the initial return and everything for Dylan Cease?
Yeah, look, my first two initial thoughts are Thorpe and Iriarte, very talented. I mean, Thorpe has been awesome this spring. He's been absolutely awesome. He's been what the Padres traded for. Iriarte, great stuff. Pretty good results during the Cactus League. Very, very talented. But my initial reaction, if that's the whole package, if it's those two, my initial reaction is I think the Padres did well here, considering that Dylan is under control for 2 more years and has the potential and has been in his career a true number one, a true ace. And when you have the opportunity to get a guy like that for 2 seasons, you take it. And I think also this is the move where A.J. Preller is dealing. We've talked so much about it, right, Skraby? The depth of this system, the way that A.J. Preller has built it back up to his credit. This is a move where you're dealing from some of that depth. You do have other pitching prospects in that same, in that same development range, like Snelling, like Alesko. I mean, there are others you can throw in there as well. I like it. I do. Cease has ace potential. He's been that before. It improves this rotation drastically. It really, really does. And I think you also Skraby, have to put it in the context of this team right now. We talk about the young players and how they'll have to contribute and all that, all these things we talked about throughout spring training. But let's keep in mind, this is not a team with the names they have, with the veterans, with the stars, with the contracts they've given out, that is in a position where you're quote unquote rebuilding. And I'm not saying it was ever that, because we never called it that, even after the Soto trade. But even if you would call it a retooling, this still is a team that should contend, that can get to the postseason, and you never know what happens from there. And this increases their chances. It does. It makes them a much better team than they were an hour ago. So dealing from depth, you can afford to let go of Thorpe and Uriarte. They're really talented. I'm not saying they're not, and they may go on to be great. But you've got depth, and you've got other pitching prospects. You traded for pitching depth, and the Yankees traded. When that trade was made, it gave the Padres maybe some wiggle room to make a move like this, because they now had some young pitching depth. And here we are today. So if you see anything else coming down as far as the package, let me know. But
I will.
To this point right now, I'm a fan. I know that was a long answer,
No,
kind of covering a lot of different aspects of it. But yeah, I get it, and I like it, and man, it makes this rotation better. It really does.
It does. It really does. And thank you, Sam, for joining us. I know you got a lot going on right now, so if anything else happens, you can call us back. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. But appreciate you jumping on here real quick to give us the scene there in Peoria.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll be in touch with you. I may hop on the equipment here, maybe join you for an extended stretch.
Let's go.
Yeah, like I said, yeah, a lot going on here. Players, families, members of the front office, traveling party. They're here, and they're getting ready to go onto a flight here in the next few hours. So
interesting.
you know, as I'm thinking about it, we all kind of assumed there would be a move at some point, right, from AJ Preller. It wouldn't be an off season if there wasn't a big move. Well, AJ waited until his team was literally getting ready to board the flight to Korea, and here we are. So I'll update you with any other info or things I see
All
here.
right.
But that's the scene here right now. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Sam. I'll be here till 7. You just let me know if you want to hop back on and you got your spot. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sammy Lev from Peoria, doing a great job as he always does. And I mean, this is a huge deal. I've been through the Max Scherzer thing a couple years ago when Ken Rosenthal tweeted it out and we all thought it was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. So honestly, if you want to go back and listen to how this all came about on the show, go back to Chris vs. the Fans around like 4:10-ish or something like that, 4:15, because I didn't believe it. I did not believe that this happened whatsoever, because in the past I have believed it and it wasn't true. But this is true, and it seems to be happening in real time right now. Again, the John Morosi is saying that his sources are telling him Drew Thorpe and Jairo Uriarte are heading to the White Sox in the Dylan Cease trade. Craig Elston has weighed in. He says on at 619 Sports, if that's it, I am 100 million% fine with it. I wonder if he's fine with it. 100 million%. Here is actually, let me just make sure I'm reading this. This is all happening right now. Okay, here's Mike Schill basically telling everybody what's happening. And so I haven't heard this clip. We're all hearing it together. But here is manager Mike Schill talking about it.
What did you and AJ just talk about?
Just talked about, good Cactus League and felt good about it.
News for him right here?
No, none for me.
How's the traveling roster look right now?
It looks like the travel roster that I left before the game with.
Are you expecting any changes?
I don't. Look, I just got the field, so I can't. I wish I could help you. Wish I could help you.
How'd that, Matt?
That was extremely strange. Like, he actually has a look on his face of not really knowing what's happening. So if we all know it before Mike Schill, that's actually really funny and awesome. And like I said, that was the first time that I had watched that clip with everyone else. But wow. Dylan Cease reportedly is a Padre now, and there's a lot of different reaction going on out there. If you want to give us a call right now, tell us what you think of it, where you would put him in the rotation, what you think this means for the Padres. Are they now a playoff team, or I guess are they now set up to be a playoff team? Because before there was some question marks about the rotation, but now you have four really, really strong pitchers, and you have Yu Darvish, you have Joe Musgrove, now you have Drew Cease. What? Why did I just forget his name? What's his name? Dylan. Thank you. Oh gosh, man, got lots of names going through my head right now. Dylan Cease, and you got Michael King. So if you have anything you want to say, if you think this was I do wanna hear from the people who think this was a bad move because there's a way to look at it from that angle as well. So just give us a call, 833-288-0973. You can also watch on YouTube right now. Just go search 97.3 The Fan. You can be a part of the conversation in the chat as well with a lot of other Padres fans. So big day here on 97.3 The Fan. Big day for the Padres. We're gonna keep going with Dylan Cease talk. So more phone calls. If I get any more information, I'll let you know. But first, let's go. Oh, actually, traffic is not ready yet, so I'm gonna have to wait for a second. Let's see here. I'm gonna read some of the different things that I'm seeing around the chat because, ooh, B&W reporting Steven Wilson gone too. Is that true? I'm seeing that on the chat. See, I'm not confirming anything. Anything that I say is not confirmed until I say it's confirmed. So I'm gonna have to check that out in the break. I'm gonna have to make sure that that's the truth. Um, Taper said the fact AJ got Thorpe in the Soto trade with the Yankees and then used Thorpe to screw over the same Yankees when they desperately needed Cease has me dying of laughter. I actually think that's hilarious as well. That is dying of laughter for sure. Others on the chat Dennis Lynn is saying Steven Wilson. So let me see. Let me go to Dennis Lynn's page real quick just to read you the exact one. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Steven Wilson is expected to go to the White Sox in the Dylan Cease deal, according to sources. Drew Thorpe, obviously, and Jairo Iriarte are also headed to Chicago. That's a bummer. I'm gonna say that's a bummer right there. And we'll discuss that as we go along. But I really like Steven Wilson. I thought he had a great story. He did some good he was really good for the Padres over the last couple of years, and he was a guy you could throw in there, and you could be confident that he was gonna get the hold or lock it down, whatever he needed to do, but we'll talk about this as we go along. You know, Steven Wilson, he came in as an Uber driver to the league, and now he's being traded. So you're doing something right if you're Steven Wilson and you're wanted enough to be traded. So, all right. Crazy stuff happening. We will be back here with more information on Dylan Cease being traded to the Padres. Give us a call, 833-288-0973. More on the way, but first traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan
Hey everyone, it's Skraby here for SD Fat Loss. And by now, you know I've lost close to 40 pounds thanks to SD Fat Loss and their program. And I know that there are fad diets out there that promise that you're going to lose a bunch of weight. But what they don't tell you is once you're done taking their product or even injecting yourself, who wants to inject themselves anyway? They don't tell you that it comes right back. The SD Fat Loss is designed for quick weight loss, healthy weight loss, and it's also designed for lasting weight loss. You're not going to have to, like I said, inject yourself with anything. You're not going to have to buy any prepackaged meals. You can just go to the grocery store, buy fresh ingredients, and make something that is on their recipe list. Meal prepping just became a part of my life now. So I am continuing to eat my lunches according to the SD Fat Loss program, and sometimes I'm still doing the program on a weekly basis. They taught me how to eat, what to eat, how much to eat, and the weight really did come right off. So if you're tired of stubborn weight loss like I was, and you want to lose 40 pounds like I did, check out SD Fat Loss. To schedule a free consultation, call 858-665-3211 or go to sdfatloss.com. I just talked into the mic while it was off, and that was a really good intro back. We have more information on this Dylan Cease trade to the Padres, and it's starting to get steep. It's starting to get a little steep, I must say. But you're getting a guy who has 2 years of control ahead, and you're getting a guy who is going to possibly be a Cy Young contender year in and year out. But now Bob Nightingale is reporting that Samuel Zavala is also a part of the trade. So if we're going to recap everything that's happened, 4 different people are reporting 4 different things. But here it is. White Sox are receiving number 5 prospect Drew Thorpe, number 8 prospect Jairo Iriarte, also Steven Wilson, and now Padres outfielder Samuel Zavala. And according to the prospect rankings on MLB.com, Zavala was number 7. His expected debut year would be 2025, so next year. But that does make things a little bit different. It really does. Not to the point where I'm willing to, give up on the whole thing, because Dylan Cease is a good player that's already been proven, and he had a tough year last year, but I fully expect him to turn it around. I did text Tony earlier, and Tony did get back to me. I said, any reaction to the Cease signing, Tony, so we could pass along? He said they had to surrender a really good reliever, a young prospect in Thorpe that looked great in spring, and obviously a lot of conversation around Iriarte. But Cease gives you more stability in the rotation, and he'll be plenty motivated as he goes into a free agent year next year. So that's what you're getting. You're getting a guy who's pitching for his free agency contract, and I think that the Padres need to go for something like this. They needed to, and it's because of the stabilization of the rotation that they're going to get from this. And I'm seeing on the chat right now from Lauren, 3 top 10 prospects for an ace, a freaking ace that has fallen apart on a bad team. I don't know that he has fallen apart on a bad team. I think that he just was on a team that had a bad year. I mean, his defense was terrible behind him. He gave up double the runs, and that's not all on him. And not only the Padres were in on Dylan Cease, there were many other teams that are in on Dylan Cease. But now this really, really does make things interesting. And I don't know that he's going to be on the Korea plate, but I do know that the White Sox are in the Arizona spring training side. They're in the Cactus League. So he could be joining the team shortly. But that's really, that is kind of steep, I will say. Drew Thorpe, Samuel Zavala, also Jairo Iriarte, and Steven Wilson. So if that's the only player the Padres get back is Dylan Cease, there's some room for discussion. But right now, I'm just going to be happy for the fact that they got Dylan Cease, and the rotation now looks pretty darn good. Really good. Really good. All right, let me get back to let's go to actually, I just had a clip open and now I've closed it, but the Padres are now getting ready to go to Korea. And you just heard Sammy Lev talking about how everyone's kind of, not really knowing what's going on. I got to imagine that's an extremely strange situation for someone and with their families heading to Korea to find out there's been a trade and then not know who is going in that trade. Man. Chris says, Cease is a stud, but my concern is every year we seem way too desperate for pitching, yet we keep trading away pitching. Well, I would say that the strategy maybe is that they're trading for a guy who has already proven himself at the major league level. They're trading for a guy who's going to make teams work. And so now instead of just Joe and Yu Darvish at the top, and then you have Michael King, obviously, you got 4 legit guys in the rotation that can start. And you got to, as Jacob just said on the chat, you got to spend money to make money. And you know what? Trades in Major League Baseball, we talked about this many times with me being a prospect hugger, because I'll bring it up again. Years and years and years ago, when Mookie Betts was on the block with the Red Sox and the conversation was, should the Padres go out and get him? I didn't want to, because prospects are prospects, and he was just a rental. They were going to have to sign him to a long-term deal, blah, blah, blah. But Dylan Cease is going to be out of control for 2 years. And so I think that is huge because instead of getting him this year and then having him go to free agency, he's going to be with the team through 2025. And I like that. Let's see what else we have. Jump into Puddles says there have been plenty of prospects who haven't lasted in the majors. This is a solid trade for today. I agree. I 100% agree with this. I think this is a very good trade. Padres pitching is set for the next 3 years. That is true. Jeff said this is just the pitching version of when we traded for Soto, 2 years of control for prospects. And there you go. 2 years of control for prospects and then Steven Wilson. And we've said it many, 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 many times. Prospects are just prospects. And they're currency. There's no real tangible value to them yet. It's just perceived value. And I would 100% take Dylan Cease for 2 years over guys that we really don't know. Now, Drew Thorpe, what he's been doing this spring has been great. And, when we were talking about the Juan Soto trade months ago, we were talking about how the trade may not go through because the Yankees didn't want to give up Drew Thorpe along with all the other guys that they were giving up. And so Drew Thorpe was put into the trade eventually that got Juan Soto into a Yankee uniform. And then he's being, turned almost. And he's immediately providing value to the Padres. So Thorpe stings a bit. Yes, it does, Marco. It does. Jack says, gonna miss the Torpedo. I don't know that he had the nickname Torpedo yet, but maybe he did. I think the Torpedo was actually like an Australian swimmer back in the Olympic days. I think that's what the Torpedo was. All right, I'm going to take a break real quick. I'm going to reset, look over all the different news one more time, make sure I have everything happening or everything correct because I want to make sure I'm bringing you the right information. Please give me a call if you want to talk about the Padres, if you want to talk about Dylan Cease, if you want to talk about this trade, 833-288-0973. We'll be taking calls all the way up until 6 and all the way up until 7 through the Skraby Show. We'll be talking about this as the Padres are about to depart for Korea. They made a big trade. Huge trade. Dylan Cease coming to the Padres. We'll get into the details if you're just tuning in right now. But tune in next Wednesday and Thursday to 97.3 The Fan as Soapy Joe's presents the games from Seoul, South Korea. Listen to Jesse Agler and Soapy Joe's Chief Bubble Officer Tony Gwynn Jr. Call the action. Soapy Joe's is also the official sponsor of our Padres in Seoul, South Korea watch party Wednesday morning, March 20th at 3 a.m. at 7 Mile Casino. It's all brought to you by Soapy Joe's Car Wash. Good, clean, fun. All right, more conversation about the Padres next. Give us a call, 833-288-0973. 97.3 The Fan right now is on full alert. We have Adam getting people together. We got Sam Levit joining us here in a little bit. He's setting up his machine so that he could take me or help me get to the end of the Skraby show. I don't think I'm going to need much help because A, Sam is great, and B, we have lots of you calling in right now. So if you haven't heard, if you're just getting into the car right now, if you're just getting off work, the Padres have acquired Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox, and the package is getting a little bit more expensive. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Sam Levit has to say about the names that have been added since we discussed at the beginning of the 5 o'clock hour. Mark Feinsand is saying, per sources, the entire return for Dylan Cease is Drew Thorpe, Samuel Zavala, Jairo Iriarte, and Steven Wilson. Thorpe is number 85 on MLB Pipeline's top 100 prospect list. So those four for the one of Dylan Cease. And by the way, when did the actual like term fleeced become so popular amongst everyone? Because if you look through these comments, fleeced, we fleeced, San Diego got fleeced, Chicago got fleeced. I don't know, kind of annoyed by the fleeced word at this point. But I'm also looking at the chat, and there's some people worried out there, and I understand that there's some worried when 4 people, 1 major leaguer in Steven Wilson, and 3 prospects are going to go. I understand that. I really do understand that. But at the same time, I think that I really think that sorry, I'm getting a text from Adam. Craig Elston is going to join me here in a few minutes. And so I know that he was trying to get a trade going on his show earlier today, so we'll talk to him in just a second. But oh, it's because it rhymes, fleeced? I don't know. So the biggest hit, according to, or is a question on here, Thorpe. You know what? I got a phone call in the break. So I have 2 Justins on hold right now. It's not the Justin in Eastlake. I will get to you in just a second. But Justin here wanted to talk about, actually, I'm sorry, Justin. Hold on. I believe Craig Elston is calling right now. So I am going to play some Jeopardy music as I answer this because I am by myself. Give me 1 second, everybody. All right, there we go. That's why I have the Jeopardy music, is so when I need to go and screen a call real quick, I can. But here it is. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Craig Elston of Annie and Elston. They're on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, Craig, you're going to have to tell me real quick about why everybody in the chat is pretty much saying that you forced this to happen this morning.
I mean, we talked about the possibility of this trade. I mean, if I forced it to happen, Skraby, then Luis Robert would be here too.
Okay.
Because that's what I was saying. And as the cost grows, I keep waiting for a final announcement. Like maybe, if not Robert, could a Gavin Sheets be coming this way? Could Andrew Vaughn be coming this way? Like, if you added 1 hitter to this deal, it would just be, a triple deluxe. But I'm very, very happy, speaking as a fan of this team and as a season ticket holder and someone invested in their quality and their success, to see the Padres make a move like this. I really am. When it was first Iriarte and Thorpe, I was like, I think we ripped them off. And then, now you add Wilson, you add Zavala, it does make a lot more sense. But I think Padres fans, the very first thing I would invite you to think about is that in 2024, the only thing you really gave up in this deal was Steven Wilson.
Mm-hmm,
Drew Thorpe might have come up and helped the team at some point. Iriarte might have come up and helped the team at some point. Zavala probably was never going to see the big leagues this year. So you're trading things in the future, but you're getting something right now that changes the Padres fundamentally. Dylan Cease could be the best pitcher on this staff when all is said and done at the end of the year, Scrapes.
That's amazing. And we've been talking about Dylan Cease for a while, a couple of years now here on the show. Is like, it would be great to get him in a San Diego Padres uniform. But again, you said that the return to the White Sox is pretty steep, and losing Drew Thorpe is tough. But as you said, they're not going to be in the big league level this year anyway. So where do you think he goes into the rotation? Just again, these are all reports that has not been made official by the Padres, but it seems like it's pretty official. So where do you put him in the rotation right now?
I mean, he would slot in automatically as the number 3 starter. And those numbers it really only matters the first 5 games of the year, right? I mean, after that, you're just in rotation and away you go. But really, Dylan Cease is the youngest, strongest arm here. I mean, if you look, this is a guy that's almost a lock to get 175 innings.
Yeah, of course.
And honestly, you had to come into the season with a couple of question marks in terms of, okay, we're counting on Joe and you to get those types of numbers, but we know that neither of them got there last year. So, are they going to make that comeback? We hope so, but it was a wait and see. Cease is, listen, every pitcher can get hurt. Anyone could walk off the mound any start, but he's been a durable, reliable pitcher whose 3-year record is pretty impressive. And I think if you put it side by side with the 3-year records of Joe and you, I think they'd be very, very comparable, and Dylan might come out on top. I know in that period, I saw Sarah Lang's tweet. He leads baseball in swings and misses in the last 3 years, more than Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
He's got that kind of stuff. He is completely electric, and he is going to both a significantly better defense and a significantly better ballpark to pitch in. I think this is win-win for Dylan Cease.
Win-win for everybody around. All right, so tomorrow you guys have something to talk about now, huh?
I feel like the last 2 months, but you know what? Here's another thing, and I was thinking when I saw this.
Okay.
This is something I've been saying on Annie and Elston for 2 months. Preller is a mad scientist. That's his style. He always goes for the big play. He goes for the biggest move possible. And because of that, a lot of small moves go by the boards. And now you see why. He didn't want to do anything to upset the possibility of getting a major trade like this over the line. He didn't want to commit himself to a Pham and a Belt or a Duvall or a Michael A. Taylor and put himself financially in a spot where making the deal would put him too close to the luxury tax for him to be able to run the season right. So he wanted to keep his field clear so that he could make the big trade. Now, if this is only it coming from the White Sox, if it's just Cease and not another hitter, I still think there's enough room now that he can then still make a smaller move to address the offense, add one more veteran hitter to this team. And Skrabes, at that point, I think we ride. I think we're riding with a pretty dang good team.
I think so, too. This is very exciting. I actually thought it was fake when I was notified on the chat because, these things do get reported fake all the time, but it's not. Reportedly, Dylan Cease is coming to the Padres. And this is awesome. So thanks very much for giving your quick thoughts here, Craig. I know you guys are doing the roundtable tomorrow, and that's starting at 10 a.m., correct?
It is, and all of a sudden, even Woods might be happier to be there. So it's going to be good.
It will be good. Everybody tune in tomorrow to the roundtable. Thank you again, Craig, for giving me a call.
Sure, you bet. Talk to you later.
Talk to you soon. Thank you, Craig Elston from Annie and Elston, giving his quick thoughts. He sounds very excited, and I don't blame him. I am now being joined by one of our right-hand men here at the station, 97.3 The Fan, Mr. Sam Levit. He is now on the screen. He is now right there. Sam, there have been some different names being put into this trade now. So how are you feeling now that we know 4 players, including Steven Wilson and Samuel Zavala, are on that list?
Yeah. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I am literally standing on a backfield or by the backfields here in Peoria. Admittedly, the complex, before I get into the trade, the complex right now, there's a lot of people here. Okay. People getting ready to leave for Korea, family members, front office staff. So every usual area that at, what is it, like 5, 6 o'clock, I would normally go to do this. It's usually empty by now.
Yeah.
This place is as packed as I've seen it. So anyway, I came back to one of the backfields here. I wanted to remove myself a little bit because I didn't want to talk about all this trade stuff. Maybe people
that is,
right
well, this guy's going here and that guy's going there. I mean, come on, I've been waiting to get rid of that guy.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so since the last time we talked, Zavala and Wilson got added. Look, let's just look at the Padres' top prospect rankings, right? Look, they are giving up something in this deal. Thorpe is your number 5, and I'm just going off MLB.com prospect rankings. Thorpe is your number 5, Zavala is your number 7, Iriarte is your number 8, and then Steven Wilson, who's a solid reliever. He's done a very nice job for the Padres the last couple of years. Let's start with the prospect part of it. We talked about Thorpe and Iriarte, a lot of talent, no doubt. Look, Zavala is a pretty highly touted guy. I know it's somebody the Padres think highly of. I've heard that here at spring training. It's one of those things where you got to give up something to get something. And is it to me, it seems like a pretty fair deal based on the package going back and the fact that the Padres will get 2 years of Dylan Cease, who, as we talked about, I'm not sure what you talked about with Craig there, but it sounded like he was a fan of the deal. They're getting a guy who can be a true ace. I mean, an absolute number 1. He showed he can do it in 2022, despite having a little bit of a step back last season. This guy has the stuff and has done it before. I think it's a good deal for the Padres because they have the system to do it from, right?
Yes.
Like, think about where the system was, okay? About a year and a half ago when they made the Juan Soto deal, right? It was a lot. Now, it wasn't this price because that was Gore, that was Abrams, that was Hassel.
Wood.
I mean, they were dealing from the top of the top of the top of their system. But it was similar in the sense that you felt like, well, there were a lot of reasons you felt like they could do it, but one of the reasons was they had such a deep system. And look, you have guys like Salas and Merrill, and on the pitching side of things, when you talk about Iriarte and Thorpe, you do have Snelling still in the system. You do have Lesko. You do have Adam Major, who's somebody they really like and has done good things so far, came out of Iowa. You do have guys like Paulie and Marcy, all these guys we've talked about throughout spring training. Ryan Berger, my point is, and when you talk about the Yankees trade, look, they got a lot of pitching depth. It's all we talked about at the time about that Yankees trade was it gave them something they didn't have, which was pitching depth. So, look, this is a deal where they're dealing from now what's a really deep system. And when you have a deep system, it allows you to make a move like this. You gave up a little bit, but it does allow you to make a move like this. And like we talked about at the top of the hour, again, this team, it's always felt throughout spring training like a move or two would really improve them. This is a big move, to Craig's point before I came on.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big move. This is a
blockbuster.
This is going out and getting an ace. Absolutely. And Craig was right. This is the world that AJ Preller usually lives in. I mean, how many times have we seen this? And we should have known better, right? Because AJ wasn't going to go an off season without making some kind of move. And normally when AJ makes a move, it's a big move. And guess what? He made a big move right before this team gets on a plane to Korea. So you gave up talent. There's no doubt about it, but you have the system to do it from. I'm okay with it. You have stars here now. You have a team that in certain areas is ready to win now. You're still going to rely on a lot of young guys. We get all that. But, man, this makes this rotation a lot better than it was yesterday. And 2 years of control. I mean, by the way, I think if it was 1 year for Cease, you might look at this a little differently.
I agree.
A little differently.
I agree.
I think the 2 years really makes it. I really do. So
the 2 years really makes it, and the $8 million that he's being paid this year really makes it, because you're not going to get a guy like Dylan Cease for $8 million. And the Padres, as we've talked about all offseason, have been saving money, and this isn't even a splurge in the money department at all.
And I'll say this as well. The Soto deal now, the original one, when they traded for him, looking at how this all played out, man, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because
it is.
They end up trading that whole package for Soto. He's here for a year and a half. Then AJ ends up trading Soto, getting pitching depth back, which was what he primarily got back in the deal. And now in 2 ways, he's kind of used that to then go and get an ace in Cease, because number one, he's using Thorpe as obviously a key part of the deal. And number two, he's he's just, again, trading up from a position of strength, right? Which has all of a sudden become somewhat of this organization's pitching depth. So you have to go back to the original, like you have to factor in the Soto deal into this one. I think it's important that you connect those two, especially the trade of Soto to New York and now the trade of Cease to San Diego. So
that is very, very, very fascinating to see how all this came down, because someone on the chat was like, man, Drew Thorpe literally just got here and now all of a sudden he's going to be shipped out. But this is how it goes. And when you're a high level prospect, your name's going to be a part of this all the time. So it's just part of the world of baseball.
Yeah, look, I saw Steven Wilson.
That's a bummer.
That's a bummer. By the picnic tables, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 minutes ago at this point.
What did he look like? Now, obviously, I'm trying to get information on it.
Honestly,
but...
Skraby, I saw it from a distance. Honestly,
well, where's your binoculars? I mean, come on.
I've not seen Iriarte. I've not seen Thorpe here. To be honest with you, neither of those guys pitched today in this game. At least in the Cactus League game, I honestly am not sure if they pitched on the backfields. That would have happened earlier in the day anyway. I would imagine that Iriarte and Thorpe weren't at the complex by the time this kind of went down. It's not a guarantee, but that's what I would imagine, because Thorpe didn't pitch today, obviously, after yesterday, and then Iriarte is somewhere on the minor league side. So I honestly don't know if Iriarte pitched today or not. And but Wilson was here. So to be honest, my vantage point is across the players' parking lot right now. I can't see if there's hugs and handshakes going on, but Steven Wilson was here. I can tell you that Steven Wilson was amongst the group getting ready to roll out of here for Korea.
I can't even imagine that change.
Yeah, I can only imagine what he's feeling and what a change that is. And you're getting ready to go across the world and start your season with the only organization you've been with. And now you're going to the Chicago White Sox. And I guess he'll go to Camelback Ranch. So he's not going to Chicago yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I got for you as far as the roving reporter here. But
let me do something real quick. We need to hit the traffic, and then we'll come right back to Sammy Lev out in Peoria.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a few things to watch out for, including a mattress in middle lanes, northbound side of the 805, right before the 54. Guilty party pickup truck over the right shoulder. Looks like they may try to retrieve that. Hopefully not, but yeah, just take it extra carefully there, northbound 805 before the 54. Southbound side of the 5 got two separate crashes, one blocking the fast lane before the 54, another accident right before Camino de la Plaza. That made it over the right shoulder. And southbound side of the 15 before Arrow Drive, stalled RV in the center divide. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to read this tweet to you, Sam, real quick, and get your reaction. This is from at TGLA something. At Matt Skraby, now we find out White Sox got Steven Wilson. Preller got fleeced again. Padres gave up too much for a 2-year rental.
Look, and I like Steven Wilson. He's done a really nice job. I personally like him. Thought he would have a really, really good year. He's shown no signs of not doing that this season. I don't think that's like a deal breaker in this trade, for as much as I like Steven. And I say that because what have we talked about this year, this team's strength, one of them, bullpen, right? The depth of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that indicate to you anything that
no. It's a nice piece for the White Sox because he's under control for a while and he's been really solid. He's got good stuff. Like that's a player, if I'm the White Sox, I do want to have, and I understand why he's part of the deal. But again, we talk about dealing from a position of strength, and I feel like on this current roster, you're dealing from that position of strength. Like you've got a lot of arms in the bullpen that you like. So much so that we've been trying to figure out the last week or so, like how could you possibly squeeze in a Jeremiah Estrada? How could you possibly squeeze in a Stephen Kolek? Because there's just not room. On other teams, other spring trainings, you'd have room. By the way, and again, we're just processing this in real time, live from Peoria here.
I love it.
By the way, this means Steven Wilson's not going to Korea.
I know.
He was a definite to be on the plane. I would assume somebody else, another pitcher, in all likelihood, somebody's taking his place. So somebody that potentially wasn't going, may have been called back to the complex here. Again, I don't know. When we go to break, I'll walk around, try to get a sense of it. But
yeah,
I like Steven Wilson. I think he's going to have a really good career. I think he's done really good things already. But to me, that couldn't have been the hang up in this deal.
You
get what I'm saying?
have to make the deal. You can't be like, oh well, we like Steven Wilson, we're not going to make the trade. You just got to do it. All right, Sam's going to go walk around, see what's going on. We are going to go into the Skraby show, but we're not stopping with this coverage. Annie Halbrin at some point is going to join the show as well. So stick with us. Give us a call 833-288-0973 if you have questions for myself or Sam Levit. But we will check back with you here in 5 minutes on 97.3 Fan. All right. So a very fun Skraby show going to happen here for the next hour or so here on 97.3 The Fan. Sammy Lev is walking around Peoria. We'll get to him in just a second. We're going to have Annie Halbrin on at 6:20 to get her reaction on everything. If you haven't heard, Annie Halbrin and Craig Elston have a show. It's from 10 to 2. It's Annie and Elston. Tomorrow they're going to have a roundtable. So now they have a big old topic to talk about here on the roundtable. And so 97.3 The Fan in full force covering this for you. I am Skraby, by the way, and this is the Skraby Show. If you jumped over to the Skraby Show chat, I would, if you jumped over to the Skraby Show chat, I would say come on back to the Gwynn and Chris chat, because that's the one that is running right now. I didn't want to change anything, make everybody go somewhere else. So go back to the Gwynn and Chris YouTube page. Make sure you're watching that one. Now, we do have some phone calls, and they've been holding on for a very long time. So I'm going to take some of those phone calls right now while Sammy's walking around. We're going to go with Justin, then Mitch, then Kathy. All right, Justin. Thank you for holding. What's up? How are you?
How you doing, Skraby? First time caller. Thanks for getting me on.
Of course. Thanks for calling.
All right. So my initial reaction when I saw that we were giving up Thorpe was, oh no. And the reason why is because Thorpe is 23. He pitched 139 innings in the minors last year. He's going to develop quickly. And if he wasn't a September call-up, he'd be a call-up even before then to be a 5-starter for us. Now, we have 2 years of Dylan Cease. But by next season, Thorpe will be seasoned in the way that he's developing. And Cease has been so inconsistent in his major league career. He's flirted with a 5 ERA as often as he's flirted with a 3 ERA, that there's actually a chance Thorpe could put up better numbers in 2025 than Cease. So while I say that, I do have a very positive thing to say about Cease, which is that he profiles like Blake Snell for 30% of the cost. You know, yes, he gets guys on base. He strikes him out high. His whip is high. And he's either a below average, pitcher, or he's a Cy Young candidate. It's one or the other. So if we weren't going to sign Snell, we get Cease for $8 million instead. That's a short-term win. But I honestly think Thorpe might be the better pitcher in 2025.
Well, thank you very much for the phone call, Justin, and you brought some good facts there, so I'm not going to argue with those at all. You're definitely entitled to your opinion. It's yet to be seen, and we do have Sam Levit back here with us from Peoria, so he heard Justin's phone call. What would you say to Justin, Sam?
Couple of things. Number one, look, I've been really impressed with Drew Thorpe this spring. The changeup, the poise, the composure, the success. He was great last year in the minor leagues, his first year of pro ball. He was great here at spring training, and Drew Thorpe may go on to be great. He may. I think it's hard to project. Okay, let's say Drew Thorpe makes his debut later this year. I think the caller said that Drew Thorpe could have a better 2025 than a Dylan Cease. Let's slow down a little bit. Okay, let's slow down a little bit. Drew Thorpe has not thrown a pitch in the major leagues. Drew Thorpe is not somebody who has super high velocity. I'm not taking anything away from Drew. He was terrific, and he may be great. I think he's going to be a good major league pitcher. But that's like, you can't assume that, right? I mean, prospects are prospects.
Yes.
Okay, let's remember, prospects are prospects until they're not, until they get to the major leagues. I said it in the last hour, Skraby. Look, you gave up something here. There's no doubt about it. Thorpe, Ariarte, Zavala's highly touted, and Steven Wilson's a solid right-handed reliever. Look, to the caller's point, Cease has been up and down. Okay, last year was not great. 4.58 ERA, 33 appearances. The thing you like about Cease, honestly, the last 3 years, 165 innings, 184 innings, 177 innings. May I remind everybody, this is a Padres rotation right now that is, I mean, they desperately need somebody in there that can eat up some innings. I mean, we've talked about it all spring. Once you get past Musgrove and Darvish, you desperately need somebody to eat up innings. So that at a base level is something that Dylan Cease has proved for 3 straight years he can do. He can eat up innings, which is great. Now you want him to be effective. And look, Cease had the 3.91 ERA in 21, had the 2.20 ERA in 22. That was the year where he was a true ace. when you have 2 years of control for a guy like that, I'm just willing to take the track record and the shown ability to do it in the major leagues over the unknown. And that's, again, not to say Thorpe won't be good. He may. But look,
we have no idea.
Put
we
it this way.
No idea.
These guys are hard to find, the Dylan Ceases of the world. Guys who have shown in the major leagues over the course of a season they can be an absolute number one, an absolute ace, that they can eat up innings year after year. And the Padres desperately need that in the rotation, somebody who can eat up innings. And, look, Michael King's super talented. I think we all believe he's going to have a good year and in this first year as a starting pitcher. But Michael King's also never thrown that many innings. There is some level of unknown there, obviously. And then after that, when we know what the question marks are, the 4 or 5 spots of the rotation. So, look, prospects are prospects. I said it before, you got to give up something to get something. It's always like that. If I'm the White Sox, if I'm a White Sox fan, look, I'm bummed to give up Cease, but look, you're not winning anything right now. So you got to find a way to trade him. If I'm a White Sox fan, I like the return I got. But
you gotta love the return you got if you're a White Sox fan.
I'd like it, yeah. But in Cease, you're getting something that this team doesn't have a whole lot of, which is a guy who can, eat up innings and has the potential to be an ace. Joe has that as well. Musgrove, Darvish obviously has that as well. But to the caller's point, a part of this too. I mean, again, Dylan Cease, have to look up what exactly he's making this year. But
this year he's making $8 million.
Okay, but that's very doable, right?
Very doable.
Very, very, very doable. That's very team friendly. So you're getting the guy before he hits free agency. I like it. I do.
Yeah. Let me actually, Tony, I texted him earlier after the news and I said, do you have any reaction before you get on the plane? And he texted back, they had to surrender a really good reliever a young prospect in Thorpe that looked great in spring, and obviously a lot of conversation around Iriarte, but Cease gives you more stability in the rotation, and he'll be plenty motivated as he goes into his free agent year next year.
Great point on the free agent year, and that's a good word that Tony uses, stability. It's a great word. Yes, has Cease been up and down? Was 22 awesome? Was 23 not awesome? That's all true. But again, from the eating up innings perspective, and man, you know what? In 2 years to free agency, in a new place, a new league, a league that hasn't really seen him much before, I mean, this guy can be an ace. You do. And again, let's forget about all of it. Let's focus on this 2024 Padres roster, okay? Which still has a lot of talent. There are question marks, but a lot of talent, and I think a team that a lot of us feel should be in the mix for a postseason spot, okay? Should be in the mix even before the Cease trade. It makes this team right now so much better.
It does.
It adds such stability to your rotation. It answers one of those question marks in your rotation in the 4 or 5 with Dylan Cease, with a guy who has, number one ability from the rotation part of it. It makes them a much better team in rotation. It does.
It does. And not only that, it also takes some pressure off of Michael King to have to be great in that third spot, because he was facing a lot of pressure. He was a guy who was replacing Blake Snell, basically, which is a huge player to replace. And now he's going to be the 4th guy in the rotation. He has 3 very good pitchers in front of him. So I think that helps him as well.
Yeah.
Let me get to this chat while you're thinking of us.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, I got distracted.
No, it's okay. I love it. This is actually
or something.
This is actually really funny.
Can I give you a complex update?
Please do.
Let me give you a complex update. It appeared I walked around a little bit during the commercial break. It appears to me, from what I understand, like there are obviously buses going to the airport to get on the flight. It's a lot of buses, so they're kind of all going here at some point. I'm not sure who left, who didn't. Certainly less players over by the complex than maybe a half hour, 40 minutes ago, but there still were some. So they're still in the process of kind of getting everybody going here. I have no idea if there's a plan being made to get Dylan Cease on this flight, or if he's gonna. I saw something on Twitter about maybe him getting over there some way somehow. I don't know if that's going to be on this.
He
flight.
probably needs a passport. He needs all this other stuff.
the visa that everybody's talked about. I mean, also that the trade's got to get finalized.
It does.
Which
it does.
we haven't heard the official announcement.
No, we should say it's a reported trade right now.
I would tell everybody a lot of stuff's got to happen. A lot of stuff's got to happen before a trade of this magnitude gets finalized. But look, they're in the process here of heading out. So
Kylie McDaniel tweeted something just a second ago. Let me pull it up, and we're doing this all in the seat of our pants. But it looks like the complete trade is going to be 4-for-1. So Drew Thorpe, Jairo Iriarte, Samuel Zavala, Steven Wilson for Padres getting Dylan Cease there. Yeah. So he's going to have, Kylie McDaniel also says he has 2 years of control, $8 million this year, and he's going to guess around $12 million next year. Corbin Burns was traded last month with 1 year of control for 15. So, I mean, the Padres are making a lot of, it's a lot of financial stuff that is going to make sense for the Padres in this whole thing, because $8 million is nothing. We've been talking about it all offseason. Why can't they spend $5 million? Why can't they spend this?
Well, look, they're going to spend a little. It does add to the payroll, obviously. So,
but it also takes off from Steven Wilson and I guess those other guys aren't on the payroll.
Yeah, let's see. How much was Steven Wilson making this year?
Probably
I have
not.
to look it up. How much? I mean,
let's see.
Steven Wilson. We'll look it up. I'll look it up as we're talking here. But look, we did talk about how much is there to spend? What wiggle room do they have?
Yeah, he only made $726,000 last year. So there you go.
Right. Credit to AJ in this sense, AJ Preller in this sense. At this moment, and by the way, the Padres could sure use a left field or something like that. Trust me, I think Padres fans out there, they would take that in a heartbeat.
Well, and Jurickson Profar got hurt today, right?
Well, he seems okay. He seems like he's going to be all right.
Okay.
But instead of spending, let's say, $8 million on, and they could still get him, a Tommy Pham, right? At this moment, at least they've spent the $8 million. Yeah, you had to give up prospect capital, but at least they spent the $8 million on an ace. On a guy who can be an ace.
Yeah.
So the potential value you get there from that,
that
significant.
Adam
it's significant.
Klug says
from the money from the money part of it, it's a really good job by Preller maximizing, forget the prospects you sent back, maximizing what you're getting out of that money remaining. It's a good job in that sense.
Yes. Adam Klug said this, in all caps, is why they've been holding off on signing fringe starting outfielders. And that is very true, Adam Klug. Also, we've got a lot of comments about Sammy's great baseball sky in the background. He is just painting a beautiful picture. If you would like to see this, you have to. It's on YouTube. Just search 97.3 The Fan. Check on the
Arizona
live show.
Sunset here on the backfields. We got field 3 to my left. We've got, what is that? Field 6 to my right. Field 5, whatever field.
When do you come home, there. Sam?
Saturday. We got the players' parking lot over there. We've got buses still loading up. So,
all right, let's go to break here, and then we will come back. Annie Halbran is going to join us on the other side. Sammy Lev is still going to be here.
Let's get some more phone calls in at some point, too.
In the last half hour of the Skraby Show, Sam texted me the other day saying, it was 4.5 weeks of me at spring training, and I didn't get a Skraby Show invite. And now Sammy Lev is on the show. It's happening.
I did text you that yesterday. Funny how the world works.
It really is funny how the world works. All right, we'll take phone calls the final half hour of the show. Sammy Levitt is going to stay right there in Peoria. Annie Halbrun from Annie and Elston joins us on the other side on 97.3 The Fan.
all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
One of the biggest days in Skraby Show history happening right now. I know it's only like 2.5 months old, but Dylan Cease has been traded reportedly to the San Diego Padres for 4 players, Drew Thorpe, Jairo Iriarte, Stephen Wilson, and Samuel Zavala. So we will talk about that as we go along. If you want to give us a call, we're going to be taking some phone calls here in the last half hour. Sammy Lev is going to join me through the end. And now we are being joined by one half of Annie and Elston, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on the station. And they're going to be having a Padres roundtable tomorrow. So thank you for joining us, Annie, on such a short notice here. How are you doing today? What are you thinking about this trade?
Thanks for having me, Skraby. I think this is a good trade. I think that the Padres really needed this for all the talk about the outfield, which still has holes, of course. They really needed pitching. I mean, I felt that all offseason. You had 2 guys at the top of the rotation that hopefully have health on their side, but then you had a drop-off after that. And for as good as Michael King looks to be and as eager as he is, and he's everything that I think adds to this rotation, he has never gone a full season being in a starting rotation. You don't know when his arm might fatigue or how he'll hold up over the course of so many innings. And even though we saw Seth Lugo do that last year, he's an older pitcher. And so I just think that this was a good idea. It was insurance. It's such a difference in my mind to go Musgrove, Darvish, Cease, King, and then that final 5th spot than what it was this morning when it was just Musgrove, Darvish, King, maybe, and then 4-5. You know, it just really adds insurance for a rotation that needs it. For all the good pitching that they have in their system and that they have there, you know, for everyone to stay healthy is a minor miracle, and they have had a lot of luck with health minus last year in their rotation, so they have that going for them, but that doesn't last every year. And then on top of that, you just have a lot of unknowns. You have a lot of good pitchers, but you just have a lot of unknowns with them moving to a new club, with not really sure how they would, hold up over 5-6 innings out every time, if they can sustain that over the course of the season. You don't want to tax that bullpen too much too early. So to me, this was good. You're giving up good prospects, but that's what happens when you make a trade like this. And those guys are probably going to go off and be good too. But you do have 2 years of Cease now, and I think that you have 2 years of him in what should be really good years for him, because the guy's going to walk into free agency after next year. He's going to want to set himself up nicely for that. So I think there's a lot of good things to like about it. It's always hard to part with these prospects, especially when you see them doing so well in spring training, like we have all spring with Thorpe and the others. But again, you have to give up good to get good.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Sammy Lev.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Annie, I think, by the way, Annie, I'm standing on the backfields of Peoria.
He really is.
Might get a little bit windy. I had to turn my mic off for a second there. It was very, very windy. I think you made a good point there, Annie, to the effect of you have to give up something to get something, right? And that's what I was just kind of talking about in the last segment as well. Look, you traded away some talent in Iriarte and Thorpe, both who really impressed this spring training. Zavala's somebody that's really highly touted. Wilson's a solid right-handed reliever. But what I like about it is, the Padres, this is sort of the reason you have a deep system, right? This is sort of the benefit of having a deep system. And this is not new to AJ Preller and the Padres. We've seen this before, right? Where he uses some of that depth to make a deal like this, to go get a super impactful player. I'm really okay with it, Annie. And again, when you look at this rotation, to your point, man, this gives them somebody who can be a true number one, a true ace, who we talked about it in the last segment, can eat up a lot of innings, which, my goodness, this rotation really, really could use. So Annie, I think for all those points, it's I think it's a win for the Padres right now.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Sam. Like, this is a guy who 177 innings in 23, 184 in 22, 165 and 2/3 in 2021. He averages about 6 innings for the most part, of give or take. He's been a little streaky, but Chicago also had, or the White Sox had, the worst defense in all of Major League Baseball last year. So
you have to think, or I would at least think, I'd give him some room there for some benefit of the doubt that maybe he also just didn't have a good defense behind him, and some balls that should have been throwing out guys, didn't. So I think that there's a reason to believe that he had more of a solid year, a respectable year than a bad year, just if you just look at ERA alone. But again, a lot of motivation for this year. He is an ace, if not a prospective ace, depending on who you talk to. He's going to be in a rotation now with guys who know what they're, not that other guys, the White Sox don't know what they're doing, but guys who have been around the game for a long time, who can also help him, be a benefit to him. And then also you're on a competitive team. I mean, you're coming to a team where the expectation is higher. It's a lot different than what's going on there with the White Sox, on a day in, day out basis. So I think that there's a lot there. And yeah, like, this is what AJ Preller does. He builds the system. He breaks the system. He builds it again. They don't all work out. Some of them you scratch your head over more than others. And it could be that we just are so tired of talking about him not doing anything that we're overly happy about him finally doing something. But I digress on that. I mean, I'm half joking, because I do think that this was a good move. And look, the other thing I would say is this, like, they still have a lot of other holes, or at least some other holes. You don't have the time to just sort of be cautious right now. Like, if you're not going to make other moves maybe in your lineup, then you need to make sure that your pitching and your defense is as solid as it can be to allow those guys a chance to go win the game, on both sides of the ball. So if you're not going to make any other move, then at least this helps out the hitters too, And so, and maybe he is going to make other moves. Like, maybe this is going to be kind of the domino effect that he was waiting for, and there will be a few others too.
Yeah, Annie, I think you make a lot of good points. And I think I don't think any of us on here right now are delusional in the sense of that there aren't other question marks. Okay, this doesn't answer the question mark about, left field. It doesn't answer the question about who's playing third base until Manny gets there, DH, all these different things we've talked about for the last 4 or 5 weeks since spring training started. But it does answer one question in that rotation, right, with those 4 and 5 spots. And man, you fill it with Cease, with a guy of that caliber. The other part I like about it, Annie, too, the 2 years of control, the idea that Cease will be in the final 2 years before hitting a walk, before hitting free agency. And look, we wondered for the longest time, right, Annie, what was the financial situation? How much money did the Padres have to spend? I mean, $8 million for Cease. We were just talking about this before you came on. $8 million for Cease. Imagine, and they still might, sign somebody like a Tommy Pham or a Michael A. Maybe not Michael A. Taylor, but an outfielder, whoever that might be. I mean, the value you potentially get from using that $8 million on Cease instead of signing like a Pham, type of player, that kind of outfielder. It's a nice job by AJ Preller using whatever funds. Just forget the prospects, the money part of it. The $8 million, you're getting a really good deal here. I mean, that's part of it I like as well, that I think has to be part of the equation right now.
Yeah, no, it's budget friendly. I mean, they needed budget friendly. This was the position they're in. They had to go budget friendly. They could not go with a Montgomery. They could not go with a Snell. This leaves them a little bit of wiggle room that I'm not sure exactly. We'll find out, right, if they're going to use it now or maybe not use it at all or use it later. I don't know. But it also, like, the White Sox played it well too. Like, they kept this guy. They waited. They waited for teams to kind of get to that 11th hour, that kind of almost like a desperation point, and where there was kind of a bidding war for this guy, And then also, my hunch is they had to get it done before they got on a plane for Korea, because both parties, right, like, need to figure out what to do now and where he goes and get, Steven Wilson couldn't be on a plane to Korea essentially because they have to get him over to the White Sox. So, I mean, I think that a lot of things kind of had to happen at that 11th hour, but that's what AJ Preller does. And honestly, I will give Preller credit on this too. Like, it seemed like he was patient also. He kind of waited it out. He kind of didn't act too fast, where we've seen him maybe do in other off seasons sometimes. Like, maybe he couldn't have. Like, maybe that was like directives from above. But but I think that both sides played it well here.
Yes, thank you so much, Annie, for spitting facts, as the chat is saying right now.
Skraby, I think that me and Sam just did the round table.
No, so should
I don't know if we actually have to show up tomorrow.
Way, Annie.
I feel like
Annie,
all of our points
you're
are going
not
to be
getting
used.
out of that.
We just gave everyone all of our good points. Okay.
No, there are going to be more good points that you're going to think about all night long, and you're not going to sleep anymore because of all this. But that's what you can catch Annie and everyone else tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the roundtable. Annie and Elston, 97.3 The Fan. Annie, thank you for jumping on with us so short notice, and I will not ask you to give any of your points away anymore.
No, I'm happy to share them with
Of
you
course,
guys. Okay,
of course.
happy to share them with you and Sam anytime. And no, thanks for having me, and great job, and have a great rest of your show, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Annie.
Thanks.
Happy that Annie is on our team.
Yeah, Skraby, I think another, important thing to note, whether you like the trade, you hate the trade, however you feel about it, just it's important to put it in context. This was clearly not a situation where AJ Preller was negotiating against himself. And I think that's important to note. We know the Rangers were involved on it. That was reported last night. You can't tell me the Yankees didn't have a call in, especially with this Garrett Cole news.
Yeah, we didn't even say that today.
At least a month or two.
Yeah.
And it could be a lot longer than that, depending on what the imaging and all the tests he's going to have. You can't tell me they weren't involved in some way, or at least put a call in. The point is, this was not a situation where it was just AJ competing against himself. And, hey, he had to give up too much, but who was he negotiating against? That was not this. It wasn't. So
I actually have a
patient
chat
by AJ. It was very patient.
Patient is good. I actually have a chat that I want to read real quick because I think it's funny. Dominic said, it's funny. The Yankees were also in on trying to get Cease because Cole's hurt, only to get beat by the Padres, whose main piece in the trade was Thorpe, who they traded to the Padres for Soto. So everything coming back around. All right. So we're going to head to break real quick. And you are listening to 97.3 The Fan, Skraby Show. If you want to follow me on Twitter or X, I guess I keep saying Twitter, at Matt Skraby, at Sammy Lev for him. He is in Peoria. When we get back, your phone calls. So give us a call, 833-288-0973. Questions, comments, concerns, all are welcome on the other side.
want.
They run the gamut, bro. They run the gamut.
On 97.3 The Fan.
Welcome back into the Skraby Show, everybody. Usually 6 to 7 p.m. at this point, I'm talking about UFOs or something. But tonight, I am not talking about UFOs. I am talking about one of the biggest trades here so far this offseason in all of baseball. You get the Juan Soto. Padres have been involved, Sammy Lev, who's joining me here, been involved in the two maybe biggest trades in the offseason so far.
I'm trying to think. Other than the Soto deal, has there been a big trade? There was the Burns trade.
That's a decent trade.
That's a big one. That's Corbin Burns is honestly probably a little bit above Cease in the ace pecking order.
Yeah, he has won a Cy Young and all that. I can't really think of anything.
Deal, and I can't think of another one aside from the Burns deal. If anybody thinks of something, comment it, call us, whatever. But yeah. Look, Padres have been a part of two of them. AJ Preller, he typically does not have quiet off seasons. He had a quiet stretch from early December to mid-March.
He did.
Yeah.
Let me reset for everybody real quick, and then we'll get back into some phone calls. But the Padres reportedly have traded 4 Dylan Cease from the White Sox, and they are going to send 4 players to Chicago, and those players are going to be Drew Thorpe, Steven Wilson, Jairo Iriarte, and Samuel Zavala. Now, I would say the response for us, Sam, from everybody out there is very happy. Everybody's very happy with this. There are some detractors, which I obviously think that detractors are good because it causes us to think about some things. But overall, I mean, Annie said it, you said it, Craig said it. This is a good trade for the Padres because they're getting a guy who they know can be penciled in and they can just set it and forget it. He has started at least 32 games in the last 3 years. He started 32 in 22, 32 in 23. 21, 32, 22, 32, and 23 he started 33 games. So he's durable. He can pitch deep into the season, and he can eat innings, as you have said.
Yeah, all those things. I mean, look, it's been up and down. 22 was an amazing year, a 2.20 ERA. Last year, the numbers weren't as good. 4.58 ERA. 33 starts. The peripherals, though, have always been good with Cease. And to your point, eats up innings. Like, that part of it is undeniable as long as he stays healthy. The eating up innings part of it, and like I've said a handful of times in the last hour or so, just that in and of itself, not that that's what you're only looking for. You're looking for effectiveness. You're looking for sub-3, sub-2.5 ERA. But that part in and of itself gives the Padres something they so desperately needed right now in this rotation. And that is another guy who can eat up innings and who has ace potential. And I say potential because Cease has not always been that guy season to season, but it's there. And he's 28 years old, and it's $8 million, and it's a lot of bang for your buck. And yes, did you give up some talent? Did you, again, if I'm a White Sox fan, I'm happy with the return. I am. You got Thorpe, who I think is going to be good.
Yeah.
You got Iriarte, who's got great stuff. Zavala is a highly touted outfielder, young but very, very talented. And you got Steven Wilson, who right now will slot right into your bullpen and has proved himself to be, over the last couple of years, a solid right-handed reliever. So
I think another benefit to this, Sam,
we've said it. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that they didn't give up Jacob Marcy, they didn't give up Jackson Merrill, and they didn't give up Graham Pauley.
Yeah, look, that's the thing. And it's the original point I made with you at 5 o'clock when I called in. Part of the benefit of having a deep system with which the Padres once again have, and to AJ's credit, he's built it back up after the Soto deal he has. That is one thing that AJ has done really well time and time again. It's build the system back up. And we've seen AJ do this before. Use that depth. Use the system to your advantage. And you're able to deal some and still have plenty left. Like, you still got Lesko. You still got Snelling. If we're just talking about highly touted arms, you still got those guys. You still got Major, who's highly touted out of Iowa. Obviously, you weren't going to touch Salas and DeVries and Merrill. We get that. But to your point, We know Marcy, Paulie. These are guys they believe can help them pretty soon. You didn't trade those guys away. The point being, the depth helps you make this kind of deal where you don't feel like you stole every mug out of the cupboard. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you still got plenty of nice glassware left to have a drink from.
Crystalware, yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the benefit of having a deep system. Whether you look back at the trade and you realize you gave up too much, we don't know that until a couple of years from now.
Yeah.
But it's the benefit of having a deep system. It's the benefit of the return the Padres got back in the Soto deal, which was about pitching depth. Well, they then said, okay, we're okay parting with an Ariarte, parting with a Lesko, I think in part because they had that depth behind it.
Yeah.
And again, as far as this roster, the next couple of years and this year in particular, you got something that really helps your rotation and really helps this team. Like, no doubt the Padres are a better rotation, a better team significantly than they were a couple of hours ago.
I agree. All right, let's get to the phones. We have about 10 minutes or so to get through some of these phone calls, so we're going to go fast and furious. But let's go with our first caller who's been holding for a very long time. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, I know you've been trying to get on the show the past few weeks. What's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What are you thinking?
I like the trade, but I'm still ticked off with Soto.
You're still ticked off with Soto? Why?
Yankees. Because I thought he had the most potential. He made a trade. I know he didn't have a good year. His first year, last year, he was picking it up. I think we should have kept him. I think he was your best hitter. But now that they let him go, I like some of the prospects that they got from the Yankees. Hopefully we fleeced them. They already gave one of them. Maybe with the money you would have paid Soto, we can bring back Snell. Because Dodgers really have a very good lineup there.
They do.
And,
Thank you, Mitch, for calling. I know that you've been holding a long time, but we got to get to different phone calls.
I think I think a lot of Padres fans, wish they could have found a way to keep Soto. I think that's kind of, we're getting way off the point of what we're talking about here in the here and now. And then attaching it to Snell, I'm not sure where we were going.
I don't know where we're going with that either. But Mitch, he listens. He's a very dedicated listener, and
Thank you
what?
for listening, Mitch.
I want to reward that at times. All right,
Yes,
let's go to
thank
our
you,
next. Let's go to our next longest holding caller. Let's go to Brandon in La Mesa. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. What's on your mind?
So hearing about this trade, I'm not a big fan of it. I like Steve. I think he's a solid 2. I know we keep referencing he has Cy Young potential, but the other 4 years he's put together, the best ERA has been a 3.9, and that's the best. Now, if we were able to lock him up for more than 2 years and extend him, then that would be something that I would get behind. But kind of like what you said earlier, Skraby, about how he's a Boris client, the better he pitches, the more likely he's going to go to free agency. And I don't think 2 years we're going to get enough return for what we give up for him, basically.
All right, Brandon, that's a fair thought. I think that you are definitely feeling certain things that other people are feeling out there, but I don't know that we have to worry about his extension just yet.
Yeah, look, to Brandon's point, look, you do want, and a part of what's going to make this trade, if you're a Padre fan, a part that's going to be worth whatever you gave up, is definitely banking that you're getting the best version of Dylan Cease, right?
Yeah.
Not that he has to have a 2.20 ERA, which he had in 22, but you're looking for the number one, right? That's fair. That's totally fair. You hope you get it. I think if you do, and you hope you do, I mean, it's a nice guy to have for 2 years. As far as locking him up long term, I think that's a ways away. That's also a long-term deal for a lot of money, which the Padres have not been inclined to do as of late. I think that's a conversation for another day. I mean, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Year.
I agree.
I think that's a conversation for another day. And I'm just reading some of the chat here, and
I'm reading it too.
Some of the chat and some of the comments about Thorpe, and I'm just picking out some here.
Yeah.
look, I don't want to misconstrue or have people misunderstand what I said originally. Look, I think Drew Thorpe is going to be really good. I do, based on what I've seen here in Peoria. Iriarte's really talented. Zavala, highly touted. Wilson, solid right-handed reliever. No doubt about it. But you can't, we don't know what they are yet. I mean, let's be honest about both parts. They could be great. You don't know what they are yet. And I think in this particular deal, to me, it's a fair deal. That's what I keep coming back to. It's fair. I think the White Sox got a good package. I think the Padres got really good right-hander who has the potential to be a real number one who they've got for 2 years, and the money's not going to hurt you. I think it's fair. I do.
For someone like me,
sides. I really do.
Who isn't like into the stats and into pitching mechanics and all that, I usually go and look to see what all the national writers are, what the local writers are saying. And a lot of the national writers think this is a good trade for the Padres, obviously, because you're getting that right-hander in Dylan Cease back real quick, and he's going to be penciled in right now, not 2 years from now, right now.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's go to our next, I almost said contestant like we were on Chris versus the Fans, but let's go to Kathy. She's been holding a long time. Kathy, you are on with Sammy and Skraby. What's up?
Hey, Skraby. Hey, Sammy. I just remember a few years ago, everybody being upset when we traded Luis Patino for like Mel and how, Patino's got all this potential. Is he even playing for a team this year? Did we get him back in a minor league deal?
Yeah, he's with the Padres right now. I think he actually pitched today.
Yeah. So Thorpe, we don't know what Thorpe's going to end up being. And we need pitching. We need pitching now. Yeah, I'm upset to see Wilson go, but we got a really good pitcher. So hopefully, like you guys were saying, it's because he was with Chicago. They were not a great team. We have such a great defense behind him. Hopefully that's going to bring him back to where he should be.
Yeah,
right.
look,
Thank you, Kathy.
Kathy, to your point, if you're a Padre fan or if you're AJ Preller, you want this deal to work out just like the Snell deal, right? You get somebody at his best who can be an ace. And yeah, look, the package that went back to Tampa, Luis Patino, Cole Wilcox, Blake Hunt, Francisco Mejia. Look, the Rays, that was kind of a package that was a rare miss for the Tampa Bay Rays. And the Padres got a guy, and Snell was a little up and down, no doubt about it. But look, at his best, was a Cy Young caliber pitcher and an ace-type pitcher. You're looking for Dylan Cease to be that guy. You're looking for the same result out of this deal. There's no guarantee of that. We understand that. There's no guarantee of that. But to your point, yeah, you're looking for the same thing, and I think that's what AJ Preller's hoping for here, that you get a same kind of result that you got from the Snell deal. It's not a bad comparison. It's not.
On the chat, Anthony says, women on this show dropping nothing but facts today, which is very true.
Yeah,
Junior says
that's
she's
facts.
very wise about Kathy. So very nice, Kathy. All right, Kathy, we are going to talk lots this season. So I'm going to go to our next caller to get everybody in who's been waiting. Let's go to Eric in Chula Vista. Eric, you're on with Sammy and Skraby. What's up?
Good evening, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. Yeah, like the trade, of course, any trade on the day it happens is a 50-50 trade. You're never going to know. I like the fact that, I am a stat guy. And, Cease has over 700 strikeouts in 650 innings pitched. So I like the fact that he's a swing and miss pitcher, which is good. He's going to jump right into the number 3 spot at worst, I would assume. And we still need a little bit of offense. So, but the good thing is the fact that he's only $8 million a year, this gives AJ a little bit of wiggle room still to possibly, fill a spot this year. So, on the surface, I like the trade. Prospects are what they are. They're prospects until they can perform at the big leagues, and you never know. So, I like the trade, and thanks for the call, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Sam, you got anything?
I think the money part of it is important, and we've talked about it. It keeps them under the CBT. It gives them, let's say the Padres don't spend another dime before opening day. It still gives them some wiggle room if they're in contention to go make a deal, go add salary, go add payroll, let's say around the trade deadline. Look, we know they want to stay under that CBT. And again, from the financial side, what I really like about it is the way you're using that $8 million, right?
Yeah.
Because you could have used it, and you still might go get somebody like a Tommy Pham or another outfielder, right, in that same range, maybe a little bit less. But you're getting a lot of potential bang for your buck. And I think that's important to note in a situation where it didn't appear like the Padres had a ton to spend. And I do think that has to be noted. Now, it's not just about the money. You had to give up prospects as well. That's part of making a trade.
Yeah. But again, prospects are prospects. Prospects are prospects. I want to read you this real quick, Sam, because Craig Elston brought it up earlier.
And by the way, the caller made a good point. Every trade, look, we're always going to have rosy glasses for the most part, unless you really hate a trade on the day it's made. These things are hard to gauge until it's all said.
It really is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's a great stat that Craig brought up earlier when he said Sarah Langs on Sports tweeted this out. Most swings and misses since start of 2021. Dylan Cease, 1,437, leads baseball. Garrett Cole, 1,426. Corbin Burns, 1,407. So that can also tell you that his numbers and ERA and things of that nature, that could be a misleading number because he's getting guys that swing and miss more than anyone in baseball over the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, it's swing and miss stuff. When we keep talking about number one potential, number one ace stuff, I think Craig put it nicely. We're talking about one of the aspects we're talking about is swing and miss, right? And that's what Cease does. And when you get swings and misses, when you get whiffs, it's a really good thing. Okay, it means you're hard to hit. It means maybe there's even some untapped potential. Like somebody said it in the chat. It's a great point. Let's get Dylan Cease in here working with Ruben Niebla.
Yeah.
I mean, what we've seen what Ruben can do with even somebody like a Blake Snell, the untapped potential. I mean, and we've seen Ruben do it. So that's a nice part of it as well. But look, the ability to generate swings and misses, Cease does it incredibly well. And that's what we're talking about, to Craig's point, when you're discussing, when you're using terms like ace, number one. Part of that is you're talking about swing and miss.
Yes, and I am making an executive decision, Sammy. We're going to stay on for another 5 minutes or so, another 10 minutes, if that's okay with you. If that's
it is okay with me. I'm going to be honest with you, and people on YouTube can see the sun is setting here.
All right, let's just take a few more calls, and then because I don't want you to get lost in there.
I am slightly concerned that I'm going to get stuck out here. If I do, I will figure it out.
No, Sam, you should.
I am slightly concerned, but because I will tell you, the buses have left, which I knew would happen at some point because they're going to Korea.
Yeah.
I don't see any other buses. I don't know who else is at the complex. Lights are on, as you can see. Sun is setting, but sunset. We're going to see, but it's okay. We're doing radio.
You're
San
making
Diego,
me worried.
I'm here
now.
for you.
I'm
here for you from Peoria.
You're making me worried at this point that you're going to get stuck in there and never come home because we need you back here, Sammy.
Oh, my goodness.
The only thing I'm just telling the listeners right now, the only thing is we have to hit the first spots around 12. So we're going to go until another 10 minutes or so, unless Sam just needs to jump off and go somewhere. Let's get to our next caller real quick, and we're going to go to Neil in San Carlos. Neil, you are on. What's up?
Hey guys, good evening. Nice to hear from you.
Nice to hear from you. What's up? What's on your mind?
I really liked the trade when I first heard it reported, but then once I heard what the package was going back, I was a little less high on it, just for the fact that I thought Thorpe was one of the centerpieces we got back for Soto. And I mean, his numbers are lights out in the minors. When he got called up last year, granted it was one game, he didn't give up a run. He hasn't given up any runs in spring training. Iriarte looked nails last year in AAA. And I just felt like those guys, they have 5 to 7 years controllable in them. And that's what we need because the, ownership's in flux. We don't know what the money situation is. Darvish is a little older. I love Joe, but he's on the wrong side of 30 now. So having 2 guys that could possibly be on the cusp of the major league, controllable for 5 to 7 years, that have really, really good stuff, to me is more valuable than having 2 years of Cease, because we have so many other holes to fill. If Cease was the last piece we needed, yeah, I'd give those guys up in a heartbeat. But there's so many other holes in the lineup we need right now. I don't think Cease helps us for the next 2 years.
Well,
I don't know how you could say, Neil. I'm sorry that he's not going to help for the next 2
And
years.
Neil, he helps. I understand your point.
And thank you, Neil, for the phone call.
Thank you, Neil. Look, you are giving up talent. Hold on here. I'm getting a weird echo. Hold on, Skraby. I'm sorry. Let me.
No, it's okay. You are getting talent. I'll just kind of finish. Well, I can't really finish what Sam was saying.
Look, what was I saying here? You are moving potential well, not potential talent, but a lot of potential that would be under control for a lot of years. Ariarte, Thorpe, for sure, just on the pitching side alone. That's true. I go back to, you got to give up something to get something. I don't totally agree that, look, this team has a lot of question marks on it right now. Like, there's no doubt about it. This doesn't, answer the question about left. It doesn't answer the question about third right now. It doesn't answer the question about DH. Look, Merrill has had a great spring. We've talked about Jackson Merrill a ton. He's got to go prove it in the major leagues. It doesn't answer every question. I don't think you can do that in one move, but man, it helps your rotation a lot. And I do think it makes this team a better team. And also, and maybe I'm alone in this, I don't know. And maybe there are fans that there could be fans out there that disagree. I never viewed this year and next year, I never viewed it as it's a punt, as it's a rebuild.
Yeah.
You got too much talent here still. You got too many big guys here still on mega deals. Like, this is a team that right now I think should be in the mix for a postseason spot. I'm not telling you they're winning the division. It's no guarantee you get into the postseason, but now especially, I still feel like you're trying to win here. You've got Manny in his prime. You've got Bogarts in his prime. You've got Tatis in his prime. You've got Musgrove in his prime. You've got Darvish still really productive. You've got Kim here, coming off what he did last year. I never viewed it as that. Does it solve every problem? No. But it's a step in the right direction, and it makes you a better team. And I never thought that these years were just punting. I didn't.
I didn't think so either, because, I mean, like you said, you just said it all. I don't need to repeat it. We're going to take one more phone call, and then we have to be on our way, because I forgot that we have stuff in the system that is going to take over here in a little bit. Let's go to Stephen Fallbrook. Final caller. Please, Steve, take it away.
Steve, hey, good evening, guys. Hey, first of all, both of you are doing a great job. Skraby, you have completely come out of your shell. You're doing such a good job, and I wish nothing but the best for you. And Sammy,
thank you.
You've been a breath of fresh air. You do such a great job and work very hard. You guys are up against it. It's got to be very difficult, because here we are, these guys are getting on the plane, and now all of a sudden we were thinking that we got the team that we're going to have, and Thorpe's going to be great and all that, and then all of a sudden the rug's ripped out from underneath your feet, and it's time to redo everything. However, I think that the deal is a good deal. I think the price is right. And we just got to strap in and hope for the best. And I think Niebla's got a fresh ball of clay that's not completely hardened, and he can, hopefully help him along the way as well. But I'm comfortable. I think we're going to do fine, and let's keep it interesting, and let's win.
Oh, I like that. Let's win. Good call, Steve. Good call.
Steve made a good point, and I think he says it in the right way. The price was right. I don't want anybody listening to think that, we're saying here, at least I'm saying, I'll speak for myself, Skraby, that we're saying, you didn't give up something. You did. And I think there are arguments to what you gave up being really valuable, and it is. To me, it feels like the price is right. And I think this is a move you make. I do. It doesn't answer every question. It doesn't answer every question. I get it. but this is a move you make for that price. And that's I guess how we sum it up. Matt Skraby.
Wow. Sam, the lights turned out on you during that phone call, and so I felt bad. But thank you for joining us for the last 90 minutes of the show.
My
You're going to be
pleasure.
back on tomorrow with the roundtable starting at 10 a.m.
Follow along on Twitter. See if I'm going to get out of Peoria Sports Complex right now.
I'm
I don't
going
know what
to.
doors open. It's dark out. The lights are on. If you're listening in there, somebody, I know some of you listen, go open the side door. Let me
Someone
in.
please protect our guy. We cannot have Sammy Lev go down on the last day of
Or I'm
spring
sleeping
training.
here. I'm gonna wake up to the sunrise on field 5.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Talk to
Bye,
you tomorrow.
Skraby.
All right, bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Whoop.